Chapter 708. Quick, quick, Roku. Get up quickly and come with me. Suddenly, someone tugged at Pei Ziyun's arm and said, "The ghost race is attacking. Even if we are young, we are still warriors and have to fight." Pei Ziyun was confused and did not know where he was. He looked around and realized that it was a young man who was older than him by 1 or 2 years. When he first saw him, Pei Ziyun felt that this person was unfamiliar. But in the blink of an eye, the feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared and was replaced by a sense of familiarity. This person was his older brother, Rikumi Naoto, and he was Rikumi Roku. His father was a powerful samurai and the son of the head of the family. However, he had unfortunately perished in a battle against the evil demons. Currently, they were living together with their grandfather, the head of the Rigian family. Above them were 4 older brothers, all of whom were cousins. Roland was ranked 6th in the family. Normally, everyone would just refer to him as Roland, as there was no official name for him yet. The Rikumi family's mission was to fight against the evil spirit. The family had a mission, which was to suppress the evil spirits for generations to come. This was not a problem, but in the past 10 years, the evil spirit's strength had gradually increased. And for some reason, the number of their followers had increased as well. This caused the Rikumi family to be under a lot of pressure. What was more serious was that previously, the ghost race had directly attacked the Rikumi family. This was something that had never happened before. In the end, the Rikumi family did not prepare well and lost many warriors, which caused the family's strength to decrease greatly. Rikumi Roku's parents had also died in this attack. After the previous attack, according to the investigation, the reason why the ghost race attacked the Rikumi family was because of the appearance of a powerful evil spirit named Kenichiro Ishiya in the Evil Spirit Ridge. He forcefully subdued the followers of the Evil Spirit Ridge and ordered them to attack the Rikumi family. The Rikumi family suffered heavy losses, but the evil spirit Kenichiro Ishiya was also heavily injured by the Rikumi family. Even so, the Rikumi family's mission to suppress the Evil Spirit Ridge was even more difficult. But now, it had only been less than a month since the last attack, and the ghost race was attacking the Rikumi family again. Could it be that something big had happened in the Evil Spirit Ridge? Could it be that the evil spirit Kenichiro Ishiya had recovered his strength? Or was there some other reason? Pei Ziyun thought about it and felt a strange feeling. At the same time, he felt a warm feeling in his chest. But all of this was thrown to the back of his mind. No matter what, now that the evil spirits were going to attack again, Nishikari Rokuro would definitely protect his family and avenge his parents, so he would fight against the evil spirits. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, Naoto Kazuhiko noticed a trace of hesitation and asked curiously, "Little brother, what's wrong?" Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "Oh, nothing much." Hearing these words, Naoto Rigian pulled Pei Ziyun along and said, "Little brother, let's go and meet grandfather first. Let's see what plans he has for the ghost race's attack." As he stepped on the road, Pei Ziyun looked out and saw that the walls of the mansion were filled with soldiers from the Rigian family. Below the walls, there were enemy soldiers who were emitting ghostly auras. Pei Ziyun could sense that they were still alive. In the forest further away there was a group of soldiers. In the middle of the group, there was a general who commanded hundreds of soldiers. Was this general the evil demon Kenichiro Ishiya? What's wrong with those soldiers? During the last attack, Kenichiro Ishiya did not bring many of his family members with him. Oh right, is Care a living person? Pei Ziyun was puzzled but immediately realized, that's common sense. Those family members worship evil spirits and are living people who use them in exchange for power. The sounds of killing were incessant, and from time to time, screams of agony could be heard. It was unusually cold, as though it was spring or summer, and yet it felt so cold that one's hands were about to freeze. It reminded one of winter. What was even more horrifying was that the enemy had leaped onto the wall with all his might. However, with a single command, a spear pierced through his body with a "pu" sound. The enemy screamed in agony but did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, fresh blood gushing out of his chest. Another 2 spears pierced through his body, and he could not hold on any longer. He screamed in agony as blood gushed out of his wound, and he lay motionless. These are the Ghost Race's soldiers? Pei Ziyun watched as he followed Naoto Rigian into a courtyard. The courtyard was huge, and was usually used to entertain guests. But now it was filled with a group of people. A group of fully armed men. Pei Ziyun looked over and realized that the leader of the family was standing in the middle of the group. He bowed to the leader and said, "Grandfather." The leader of the Rigian family was Pei Ziyun's grandfather, and his name was Kenichi Rigian. Kenichi Rigian looked to be in good health. Although his hair was white, his cheeks were rosy and his eyes were bright. He sat on a chair with a walking stick in his hand. Although he did not speak much, his voice was deep and powerful. He did not smile much, but just by looking at him, one could tell that he was powerful. In Pei Ziyun's memories, Kenichi Rigian was a powerful warrior. He had once used his own strength to kill several evil spirits. His strength was unimaginable. Although Kenichi Rigian was old now, his strength was still unfathomable. All these years, he had not fought much. The last time the evil spirits attacked, it was said that the evil spirit Kenichiro Ishiya was heavily injured by Kenichi Rigian. But no one knew if this was true or not. At this point there was a loud bang. A person drenched in blood rushed in. He was a warrior from the Rigian family, Rigian Kazuhiko. He hurriedly said, "Leader, this is bad. We can't hold on any longer. The outer perimeter has been breached." Seeing this scene, Kenichi Rigian stood up from his chair and used his walking stick to knock on the floor. He looked serious and said, "What are you panicking for? We are from the Rigian family. Even if we meet with danger, we will not retreat. Remember the glory of being a warrior. The reason why there are strong and weak people in this world is because the strong will never give up when faced with the challenges of fate. The weak will only be cowards, and will choose to give up when faced with a small setback." Riken Kenichi looked around and said, "Now, do you choose to be the strong or the weak?" "Hi, rest assured, leader. We will live up to our reputation as warriors. We will fight our enemies to the end." Rigian Muzi raised his arms and shouted. Rigian Muzi was of the same generation as Pei Ziyun's father, Rigian Rigian. He was also a warrior. Although he was not very talented, he was very hard-working and loved to fight. Whenever he had time, he would participate in the suppression of evil spirit. Now there was a scar on his face. It was left behind when he fought an evil spirit. Even so, he had never given up on fighting the evil spirit. On the contrary, he saw the scar on his face as an honor. It was the glory of being a warrior. Hence, when he heard Kenichi Rigian say this, Rigian Muzi did not hesitate and was the first to stand up and support him. Yuji Rigian slapped his chest and shouted, "Fight, fight, fight! The glory of a warrior will not be tarnished. The glory of the Rigian family will not be tarnished." At this point, Naoto Rigian also spoke out, "Don't worry, we will fight the evil spirits to the end. We will not give up." Pei Ziyun could only feel a certain emotion spreading through him. At this point, there was a whistling sound coming from outside. The Rigian family had increased their attacks. Hearing this, Naoto Rigian pulled on Pei Ziyun's hand and said, "Little brother, we are the true descendants of the Rigian family. Our father was the successor of the Rigian family. Although he died in battle, we still have to inherit and protect the Rigian family. The ghost race is attacking. For the glory of the warriors, and to let Rigian Muzi and Yuji know that we are the true successors of the family, please fight with me." Pei Ziyun did not follow Naoto Rigian's footstep. He pulled his hand back and pulled out his sword. Pooh! There was a flash of light as the sword pierced through. Naoto Rigian seemed to be on guard, but it was too late. The sword perfectly avoided his ribs and went straight for his heart. The sound of flesh being pierced could be heard as blood spurted out from his back. Naoto Rigian screamed out in agony. His entire body trembled as blood flowed out from his mouth. However, he did not want to die and pulled out his sword. He had only pulled out half an inch when the sword was pulled out. More blood spurted out, but Pei Ziyun avoided it, not staining it. Naoto Rigian screamed out in agony once more. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when the sword flashed again. His throat was sliced open, revealing a bloody wound. He fell to the ground, clutching his neck with both hands. His entire body was convulsing, and his screams were accompanied by blood. Pei Ziyun looked at the dying Naoto Rigian on the ground, expressionless. The people around him shouted out, "Idiot, have you gone mad? Sixth brother? Have you turned into a demon? Why aren't you kneeling down and begging the family head for forgiveness?" Such actions, to the Rigian family, made it seem as if he had been bewitched by evil spirits. However, the family head, Rigian, who was standing in the middle, was shocked. He used his walking stick to support himself as he retreated several steps. When Pei Ziyun saw this, he ignored the fact that he was surrounded and shook his head. As expected, you're awake. This is called a duel, but it's too unfair. You've deceived me, and yet you're awake. If I'm not wrong, I've been set up as your grandson. Naturally, you'll have the authority to command me, and it'll be difficult for you to resist. That's not all. There's also the ghost race plot. The entire family will fight against the enemy, and I can't possibly be a deserter. Once we start fighting against the ghost race, it's fine if I die in the process. You'll win. Even if I didn't die, I would have been drained of all my energy and wounds by now. Then, my brother, who was fighting side by side with me, would suddenly make a move to kill me. That would have been the end of me. Pei Ziyun spoke word by word, his tone cold. I have to say, this plot is very interesting. I've been mesmerized. Pei Ziyun waved his sword. Tell me, how much did you pay? That's why Rigian is so biased towards you. You even tampered with the weapon. As he spoke, the cold light of the saber gradually faded, and it turned back into a wooden saber. A wooden saber could kill, but it required special skills. Disregarding everything else, if one were to treat the wooden saber in one's hand as a real saber and directly stab the bone, the wooden saber might break. No matter how profound the technique was, it was impossible to change the result of the wooden saber breaking. If it wasn't for the fact that he was immune to confusion as a god, he would have definitely died this time. How could you be awake? This is impossible. Riken Kenichi's voice was hoarse, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 709. Ridiculous. Faced with the shock and doubt of Rimi Kenichi, Pei Ziyun replied lightly. Even if a god was controlled by the laws of the world, how could he be bewitched? Kill this traitor. At this time, the three of them rushed towards Pei Ziyun. The one in the middle had a resolute look on his face as he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, Rimi Kenichi threw away his crutch and quickly retreated. Pei Ziyun looked at the three people rushing towards him and discovered that they were Rimi Muzi, Yamahira Masahiko, and Yanagi Yukako. Rimi Muzi was one of the top 10 warriors of the Rimi clan, while Yamahira Masahiko was a warrior who married into the clan. In Pei Ziyun's false memory, he had once used 3 evil spirits as a price to win the beauty of the Rimi clan, Rimi Jasmine. But now his true identity was unknown. Yanagi Yukako was a retainer of the Rimi clan, and had served the Rimi clan for generations. Only one person did not rush towards him. Pei Ziyun glanced at him and found that it was Rimi Yukako. Not only did he not attack Pei Ziyun, but he pointed at Rimi Muzi and said, Yamada-kun, please be careful. This person is tailing Yasaku. He is very dangerous. Pei Ziyun listened to this person and looked at the 3 people rushing towards him and narrowed his eyes. From the information obtained by the Jinchuan shrine, he knew this person. Tailing Yasaku was a private soldier of the Heng Yuan family, and he was the strongest one. However, he had a very serious problem, which was that he was extremely bloodthirsty and did not know when to stop. Because of this, the Heng Yuan family rarely used this person. Pei Ziyun did not expect that this person would appear this time. Kill! Tailing Yasaku approached quickly and slashed with his long sword. The cold light reflected in Pei Ziyun's eyes. He's actually a martial arts master. Different paths lead to the same goal. It was unknown where Tailing Yasaku had learned the art of killing from, but he had already mastered the essence of being fast, ruthless and accurate. Facing Tailing Yasaku's sword, Pei Ziyun's eyes did not waver. He moved slightly and pointed with his wooden sword. Tailing Yasaku suddenly felt his sword deviate and his hand sank. For a moment, he could not even hold the sword. Impossible, impossible! Yi Zhao, who was at the back, was shocked. He had killed people like flies, so he could tell that the person in front of him didn't use much strength at all. But this was like a stroke of genius, and he was able to deflect his long blade. If it weren't for his great strength, he would have lost his grip. In previous battles, it was not that Tachibana Yoshiaki had never encountered people who were proficient in techniques, but all of them were martial arts masters in their 30s or 40s, in the prime of their lives. And the guy he was fighting now was only a 12-year-old middle school student. Pei Ziyun dodged to the side, and Yamahira Masahiko's long blade missed its mark. With a wooden blade, as long as the angle was right, it could even pierce through metal, much less flesh. There was a piu sound and fresh blood spurted out. Yamahira Masahiko's chest had been pierced through. Fresh blood spurted out as he fell to the ground. It was obvious that he would not survive. Seeing her comrade die, Yashitsugu Yoshiko let out a bestial howl, jumped out and slashed downwards. Almost at the same time, Masakazu Yoshiaki stood still, slashing backwards. Whirling wind slash! Pei Ziyun lowered his body and crouched down. The cold light swept past his back, and he leapt up again. Not only did he avoid the slash, but he also collided with Yashitsugu Yoshiko. Two shadows crossed each other in midair, and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! Yashitsugu Yoshiko fell to the ground, and let out a blood-curdling scream. The wooden blade had sliced through his ankle, but miraculously, it did not cut through the bone, but cut through the flesh and tendons of his leg. Yashitsugu Yoshiko did not expect Pei Ziyun to be so fast. Even though he was trying to dodge, he still managed to make such a move. Hence, he was unable to dodge the blade. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard, and Yashitsugu Yoshiko fell to the ground. He hugged his bleeding leg, and screamed in pain, his voice filled with despair. Yashitsugu Yoshiko, who had been through hundreds of battles, understood that the tendons of the leg were the tendons of the ankle, connecting the muscles and bones. Once they were broken, the bones would not be able to be moved. Once they were completely severed, even if modern surgery was used to reattach them, the person would still be crippled. He would need to rely on crutches to walk, which was why his screams were filled with despair. Pei Ziyun, who was standing firmly on the ground, did not stop, but continued to retreat. Indeed, a cold light swept past him, and missed him by a hair's breadth. However, the clothes on his back were torn apart. Blade chi? There's such a thing in this world? Pei Ziyun touched his back in astonishment. His clothes were torn, and there was a thin red mark on his skin, from which a drop of blood seeped out. Who are you? Seeing that Tailing Che Yi Zhao, who had dealt with his two comrades in an instant, suddenly lost his temper. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He slowly opened his shirt, took out a syringe, and pricked himself. Immediately, 20 milliliters of liquid was injected into his body. This was the maximum amount that Tailing Che Yi Zhao could take. Within 2 breaths, Tailing Che Yi Zhao's entire body swelled up, and his eyes were bloodshot. His skin was bloodshot, and the veins on his hands were popping out. Waving his long blade, he pounced forward. My speed has increased by 30%, and my strength has doubled. And from the looks of it, I don't see him going berserk, but calm. His blade techniques have improved. And I smell something disgusting. Pei Ziyun saw the strange changes in Tailing Che Yizhao's body. Although his expression did not change, his eyes narrowed, and he became more serious. At this point, Tailing Che Yizhao's strength had undoubtedly surpassed Pei Ziyun's. Pei Ziyun exerted some strength on his toes, and ran sideways towards Yoshiko Yanagi, who was hugging her ankle. Tailing Che Yizhao, whose eyes were bloodshot, followed Pei Ziyun. Yoshiko Yanagi saw Pei Ziyun and Tailing Che Yizhao rushing towards her. She immediately picked up her long blade and waved it at Pei Ziyun. This attack was not meant to kill Pei Ziyun, but to cooperate with Tailing Che Yizhao. However, Pei Ziyun dodged to the side and easily dodged the attack. With a flash of his wooden blade, a thin slit appeared on Yoshiko Yanagi's throat. Yoshiko Yanagi grabbed her throat, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Her eyes were filled with regret and she fell. Kill! Tailing Che Yizhao chased after her. When he saw Yoshiko Yanagi's death, his long blade flashed, and a cold light flashed. Pei Ziyun used his leg to kick, and Yoshiko Yanagi's body flew out, and was blocked in midair. Rip! Rip! A sound rang out, and a saber light flashed. Yanagi Yoshiko was cut into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered in the air, and a drop of blood fell into Tailing Isaku's eyes. Tailing Isaku could not help but close his eyes. Pooh! He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Tailing Che Yizhao let out a long scream. When he opened his eyes, the wooden blade had already pierced through his heart. No! Tailing Che Yizhao spat out blood. Impossible! I am a warrior too. Tailing Che Yizhao refused to die and struggled in agony. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. However, an unimaginable force was trying to struggle, and as he struggled, a thick dark aura rushed out. So that's how it is. Is this the divine ghost medicine? No wonder your blade techniques are so terrifying. In the true path of martial arts, even if one had an inheritance, one had to go through thousands of tempering before they could reach the point of perfection. However, during this process, 9 out of 10 people would die. Tailing Che Yizhao in front of him, with this medicine, could indeed save his life many times. His tyrannical nature could also be understood. This was a mutation. Pei Ziyun instantly understood, and swung his wooden blade down, stop struggling, and die obediently. The blade flashed, and Tailing Che Yizhao's throat was cut open. The sound of Tailing Che Yizhao's struggling voice turned into hoarse blood foam. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had killed all his men in the blink of an eye, Heng Yuanyu's face was filled with fear. He pointed and said, "Kill this traitor who has been possessed by an evil spirit." The entire process only took a few minutes. After receiving the order, the remaining people of the Rimi family came to their senses, and with a shout they rushed forward. Ignoring the blood and the blade behind him, Heng Yuanyu turned around and fled. However, after taking a few steps in the corridor, he realized that someone was blocking his way. He immediately became furious. "Oka Tomoshi, you traitor!" Heng Yuanyu stretched out his old, spotted hand and pointed at him with a trembling finger. "You betrayed the main family, and everyone can kill you. I will not let you go." "You never thought of letting me go, right?" Oka Tomoshi bowed, but his tone was very cold. "You always said that your descendants and retainers are incompetent, and that no one can support the Heng Yuan family. But what about young Master Heng Yuan Yuichi and Lady Oyujin? How did they die?" "They died because you were suspicious, took power, and eliminated dissidents. The Rimi family also lost an excellent heir and retainer. The one who really caused the decline of the Heng Yuan family was you," Oka Tomoshi said coldly. "I know too much, and my intelligence made you suspicious. You already had the intention to kill me, right? If I hadn't immediately expressed my willingness to die and participate in this Remy family, I'm afraid that my head would have been taken by Tailing Che Izhao a few days ago. Oka Tomoshi showed a mocking expression to Hing Yuanyu. You only have yourself to blame for this. 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground. Oka Tomoshi turned to Pei Ziyun, who was walking over slowly. Yamada-kun, the Remy family will not rest until one of us is dead. Please get rid of him immediately. Because half of the power of the Ghost Clan outside is actually related to this person. Kill him, and the power of the Ghost Clan will be weakened by at least half. Only then can we kill our way out. When Heng Yuanyu heard this, his face was filled with despair. He originally thought that Oka Tomoshi wouldn't know about this top secret, because this was his last hope of survival, and also his trump card. Now everything was over. Heng Yuanyu hissed, I will not forgive you. He turned around and took out a short knife, killing a person behind him. He shouted, someone come quickly. Heng Yuanyu's face was filled with fear, and scales could be seen on his face. So, not only did you covet the mermaid's fish, but you've also colluded with a ghost? Did you give Tailing Che Izhao the medicine? Seeing this scene, Pei Ziyun understood. There really was a case of someone researching the ghost god medicine and injecting it, and then turning into an evil spirit. Facing this, Oka Tomoshi was slightly shocked, obviously not expecting this. All of a sudden, Heng Yuanyu's body seemed 10 years younger, and he rushed outside. Almost at the same time, with a loud bang, the door in the middle was smashed open, and the Ghost Clan rushed in with a long spear and a long sword. Chapter 710. Without waiting for the ghosts to arrive, Pei Ziyun flashed and pounced towards the old man, Hiroyuki Kenichi. Protect the master! 2 maids stepped forward and stood between Hiroyuki Kenichi and Pei Ziyun. However, Pei Ziyun did not care that they were women. With a slash of his wooden blade, it sliced through skin, flesh, avoiding ribs, and pierced the heart of one of the maids. Blood splattered everywhere. As the wooden blade was pulled out, the maid screamed and fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun did not wait for the maid's corpse to fall to the ground. With a flash of the wooden blade, her throat was cut open. With a "piu" sound, blood immediately spurted out. However, the strange thing was that the maid who had been cut open was still struggling. Even the cut throat had sprouts growing out and was trying to heal. When Tomoshi Oka saw this scene, he saw that Pei Ziyun did not care and continued to rush forward. He shouted, Yamada-kun, be careful. However, just as he shouted, he stopped. A white light flashed and the 2 maids screamed. The blood from their wounds seemed to have turned into oil and started to burn. This is the curse of the Jin Chuan Shrine? Tomoshi Oka was dumbfounded. There were no more obstacles between Pei Ziyun and Hiroyuki Kenichi. With a light tap of his feet, he immediately pounced in front of Hiroyuki Kenichi. Seeing Pei Ziyun rapidly approaching, Heng Yuanxiong turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that these 2 true members of the ghost race wouldn't even be able to block Pei Ziyun for a split second. His old face was pale, but he still shouted at Pei Ziyun, Yamada Shinji, you can't kill me. I am Hiroyuki Kenichi. I am the head of the Hiroyuki family. I am a member of the government. You cannot kill me. Hiroyuki Kenichi shouted loudly. If you kill me, my family will take revenge on you. The government will not let you off either. You and your family will not escape death. If you let me go, I will make you a member of the government. Also, I will give you a lot of money. 3 billion. No. 5 billion. I can. Seeing Pei Ziyun walk forward with a wooden face, Hiroyuki Kenichi trembled. He wanted to continue speaking, but before he could say anything, a "piu" sound was heard. The wooden blade flashed and pierced through his heart. Heng Yuan Xingxiong opened his mouth and spat out blood. His eyes were filled with anger, unwillingness, and despair. The kin of the ghosts were about to arrive, and he was unwilling to give up. However, it was too late. No, it's not over yet. I can still take my revenge. As he thought this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which then transformed into a black snake. With a single leap, it pounced towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was not surprised in the slightest. Facing the incoming snake, he dodged to the left and swung his blade. With a pring sound, the black snake was sliced into two and fell to the ground. The two halves of the snake's body fell to the ground, still writhing nonstop. The two halves of the body touched each other, faintly trying to heal. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun stepped forward and stomped on the black snake's head. The black snake's body struggled for a while before it exploded into a puddle of blood. At this time, with a loud bang, the last door collapsed, and the ghost's kin finally rushed in. Be careful, there are many of them, and only the brain and heart are vital points. If it's any other wound, we can still kill them, but we'll need to stab them many times. Oka Tomoshi immediately reported. Is that so? Pei Ziyun's figure flashed, and two piu-piu sounds could be heard. The ghost's kin that had just rushed forward were immediately stabbed twice, and a wound appeared on their chest and shoulder. I'm speaking the truth. Such a wound would not be of much use, but as he spoke, Oka Tomoshi could not help but open his mouth wide. He saw that two ghost's kin did not care about their wounds, but as soon as they rushed forward, they suddenly screamed in pain. The blood that flowed out of their wounds seemed to have turned into oil, and with a loud bang, it started to burn. Following this, Pei Ziyun leaped up onto the fake mountain. With a wave of his wooden blade, another two ghost's kin fell to the ground, and then they fell to the ground. Wherever Pei Ziyun's long blade went, arcs of light flashed, and the ghost's kin screamed in pain as they fell to the ground. With another roll, he dodged the attacks of the ghost's kin, and the wooden blade came down from above, piercing through their skin. These ghost's kin were still waving their blades, but as Pei Ziyun pulled out his wooden blade, a ball of een fire burned and their eyes dimmed. They fell to the ground. Just like that, Pei Ziyun continued to dodge the attacks of the ghost's kin, using his exquisite martial arts skills to kill them. As long as he managed to create a gap in their defense, they would immediately burn up and turn into ashes. This, indeed, in ancient Japan, they called blade techniques the art of war. Now, it's true. Every movement, every action, is in accordance with the art of war. It's all about avoiding the enemy's strong points, and attacking the enemy's weak point. Of course, the most frightening thing is this cursed technique, it's simply fatal. Every time Pei Ziyun leaped onto the fake mountain, the eaves, or any other unfavorable location, he would kill the enemy. It seemed like a long time, but at the same time, it seemed like a very short time. Originally, there were close to 100 ghost's kin, but now their numbers dwindled rapidly, and the ground was filled with ashes. Tomoshi Oka realized that the number of ghost's kin had been greatly reduced, and there were only 16 left. Seeing this, Tomoshi Oka finally regained his senses. He's an unparalleled warrior, a true 100-man killer. Could it be that the world is going to have another sword saint? The last time he appeared was when the shogunate changed. The Seiguchi group was known as the 1,000-man killer, Nozomi Hyuzen. He assisted the shogunate in the war, fighting against the various vassal states, killing the shogunate's traitors, and assassinating Nakahara Ryotaro, one of the core members of the anti-shogun faction. It can be said that he played a key role in the change of fate. Because of that, he was given 1,100 stones. Now, there's going to be another Nozomi Hyuzen? Tomoshi Oka immediately thought of the information he had received. In the past 10 years, the evil spirits had awakened, and all sorts of mysterious powers had been awakened. Could it be that the era of war has arrived? Thinking of this, Tomoshi Oka's eyes burned with passion. Pei Ziyun did not know what Tomoshi Oka was thinking. He tilted his body slightly and dodged two long swords. With a slash of his wooden sword, he sliced a piece of flesh off the shoulder of a ghost's kin. With another stab, the wooden sword pierced into another's heart. Blood spurted out from the wound, splashing into the eyes of the person opposite him. His movements slowed down. At that moment, Pei Zi-yun turned around and slashed with his wooden sword. His enemy's forehead turned red and a crack appeared. The person screamed in pain, and flames burst out from his body. Without waiting for the corpse of the ghost's kin to fall to the ground, Pei Zi-yun leaped forward and slashed at two of them. Blood splattered everywhere, and flowers of blood appeared in the air. Following that, flames began to burn. With this, Pei Zi-yun easily killed the rest of the ghost's kin. The sounds of killing subsided, and Pei Zi-yun panted heavily. He felt that his strength was almost depleted. If they were really alive, with my current strength, even with my Grandmaster techniques, I would have used all my strength to kill half of them. But the other party is a ghost, and the place that they were pulled into is not the world of the living. Although I can't break the seal on my divine power, just a hint of it is enough to kill them all. If he wasn't a god, he wouldn't know how terrifying this was. Just his gaze alone was enough to burn evil ghosts. Pei Zi-yun took a few deep breaths and looked around. However, the scene had not changed. He frowned, and his gaze landed on Tomoshi Oka, who was not far away. When Tomoshi Oka saw Pei Zi-yun's gaze, he felt as though his skin was being sliced open. His heart trembled, and he suddenly remembered the rules of the Rimi dojo. He immediately knelt down in front of Pei Zi-yun and said, "Yamada-kun, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Please grant me my wish." As soon as Tomoshi Oka finished speaking, Pei Zi-yun felt that the scene had changed. Following that, a few claps could be heard, and a group of people walked out from the fog. These people were all wearing ancient kimonos and wooden clogs. In the middle was a woman wearing a 12-dan robe. During the Heian era, the 12-dan robe was the official robe of the noblewomen. It could be said that anyone who had the right to wear it could be called a ji. In modern times, the women of the royal family would wear the 12-dan robe during ceremonies, weddings, and ceremonies to ascend the throne. Of course, what attracted more attention were the 6 samurai. One of them was the 100-man general in the forest. Pei Zi-yun glanced at her and saw her speaking seriously. "How amazing! I am Rimi Kaori. I didn't expect to see a real samurai today." Rimi Kaori turned her body slightly and said to Tomoshi Oka, "Also, your adaptability is not bad. In times of chaos, if you can become the ruler of a city or a country, I would be honored to receive you." As she said this, Rimi Kaori took out an exquisite invitation and bowed again, handing it to Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun bowed slightly and took the invitation from Rimi Kaori. He then saw the light and shadows changing, and everything became hazy. Then, like an ink painting, the colors faded, and everything around him disappeared. One was dark and one was dark. Pei Zi-yun looked over and saw that it was a May day. It was still a little chilly in the early morning. A few stars were shining, and he was in a courtyard. It seemed to be a tea house, with simple stone steps, short pine houses, and stone lanterns arranged in rows. It had the feel of an ancient servant, and Tomoshi Oka was not far away. Almost at the same time, the fog quickly dissipated. "You're back?" Pei Zi-yun wanted to say something, but his heart skipped a beat. He raised the wooden blade and looked at it under the starlight. There was a shocking change on the wooden blade. The wooden blade was covered in blood, and when it came into contact with the starlight, it condensed into a dark color. At first glance, it looked like a mess, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to have turned into patterns. Each pattern was an evil spirit, and the largest pattern was that of an old man. His face looked a bit like Heng Yuan Xing Xiong. Pei Zi-yun used the wooden blade to cut the air lightly, deep in thought. He then took out the invitation that Rimi Kaori had given him and looked at it. There was not much written on the exquisite invitation. There were only 3 words on it: guest invitation. Tomoshi Oka exhaled heavily and looked around. He noticed Pei Ziyun's doubt and took a step forward. This is the guest invitation of Remy Club. From now on, you can enter the Remy Club. Oh, is that so? Pei Ziyun nodded. With these few words, the fog dissipated completely. When the light of dawn shone through, he could hear the voices of people. Chapter 711. Have I completely escaped from the illusory world? Pei Ziyun looked around. The sun had not risen yet, but the sky was already bright. He looked at the Remenkoku and sighed. He thought to himself, this Remenkoku is not simple. From what Pei Ziyun remembered, just fighting with the ghost dependents had consumed a lot of his energy. Although the ghost dependents were not strong, there were too many of them. They were difficult to deal with, and their weaknesses were hard to find. If not for the fact that they were trapped in the illusory world, although he could not break the seal, he could still sense them and kill them all in a short period of time. If others were to encounter these ghost dependents, they would most likely be surrounded and killed. Even if they were to deal with these troublesome ghost dependents, it would take a lot of time and energy. In the end, they would end up exhausted. Omoka Tomoshi seemed to have thought of this as well. He bowed deeply and said, Yamada-kun, thank you very much for your help. Please follow me. Although the sky is bright and the Remenkoku is relatively safe, there are still many taboos. The exit is in the hall in front. I think it is better to leave this place. Omoka Tomoshi and Yoshio Hengyuan had been to the Remenkoku before, so they had some understanding of the geography and the situation. Disregarding everything else, just Jizhuo alone was not a good time to meet. When Xiaobai was separated, she would grow old. To a woman, this was undoubtedly a very unpleasant thing. Pei Ziyun nodded and followed Omoka Tomoshi. After walking for a while, they turned a few corners and saw a large hall. The hall looked half gray and half black. From time to time there would be some dark stripes. Looking at these stripes made one feel dizzy and irritated. Pei Ziyun saw the corpses in the middle of the hall. He counted them carefully and realized that there were 5 of them. One of them was the corpse of Yoshio Hengyuan. His face was ferocious, and there were bloody holes in his body. Pei Ziyun turned and asked, Are we not going to deal with these corpses? The other corpses were fine, but this Yoshio Hengyuan was, after all, from a prestigious family. He was the son of a vassal state. The shogunate had also seen that someone had used the name of the emperor to divide Japanese society into nobles and samurai. Hence, the shogunate had decreed that the difference between the two should be removed. This was the Teisei Shoichi. There were 5 ranks: duke, marquis, count, viscount, baron, and samurai. The old nobles were given the title of baron and above, according to their family. The Hengyuan family used to have the title of viscount. After entering a democratic society, these titles of nobility were abolished. However, most of the members of parliament were made up of these people. They were active in both the political and business circles, and had served as the prime minister of the inner cabinet many times. Therefore, even if it was reasonable to kill Hengyu and Yukio, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If reason and law were to be used everywhere, what class would there be? Pei Ziyun wasn't afraid, but he knew what was going on. Just as he finished speaking, the 5 corpses on the floor started to change. First, the blood, which still carried a fishy smell, quickly dried up. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the corpse gradually dried up until it shrank into a shriveled corpse that no longer had a human shape. Is this a sacrifice? Seeing this scene, Pei Ziyun suddenly understood why the Li Jianguan would side with Heng Yuan Xiong. Perhaps Heng Yuan Xiong's various methods were part of the reason, but to the Li Jianguan, it was the sacrifice that attracted them. But when did Rikken know that he was suitable to be a sacrifice? Could it be that this Remy-chan has some kind of probing ability and found that I'm more suitable as a sacrifice, or is there some other reason? This thought flashed through Pei Ziyun's mind. Tomoshi Oka didn't know what he was thinking. He lowered his head and said, Yamada-kun, as you can see, this is a sacrifice. Do you see that door? The exit of the Rimi-chan is that door. As long as you walk out of that door, you can leave the Rimi-chan. Tomoshi Oka pointed to a door as he spoke. With that, he took a few steps forward and stepped out. Peiziyun watched as Tomoshi Oka walked out. Without hesitation, he followed suit. Indeed, the moment he stepped out of the door, it wasn't the original door, but he had indeed left the Rimi-chan. It felt like a boundary. Tomoshi Oka didn't leave. Instead, he waited outside the door. He took a deep breath and bowed. Yamada-kun, thank you once again for your help. Although the Hung Yuan family has declined, now that Hung Yuan Xiong is dead, I'm afraid there will be an intense turmoil in the Hung Yuan family. Not only the Hung Yuan family, but also the businesses related to the Hung Yuan family. Hence, I have to go back and deal with a series of matters. Do you need my help? Peiziyun asked. No. Yamada-kun, you've already saved my life. I'll repay you after I've dealt with the Hung Yuan family. Is that so? Peiziyun replied nonchalantly. He nodded casually. Let's do that then. Peiziyun walked out. Seeing Peiziyun move, Tomoshi Oka followed suit. They left the Rimi-chan and arrived at the road outside. There was still some distance to go. Tomoshi Oka asked, Yamada-kun, do you have any dreams now? Peiziyun smiled. My dream is to let my conquering the National Society spread all over the country when I'm still in junior high. Secondly, I hope that my works can become popular all over Japan. Peiziyun had already published his footprints on the internet and was accumulating his fame. Once he made it public, it would definitely cause a sensation. A 12-year-old had traveled all over the country and published many outstanding works, winning the Araki Prize, Oka Prize, and Ogawa Prize. How shocking was that? This was a legend that only appeared once in 100 years in Japan. In short, I hope that when I graduate from junior high, I can make big news, even if it's to dominate the country for a short period of time. Peiziyun spoke the truth seriously. Hearing this, Tomoshi Oka couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He thought to himself, dominate the country for a short period of time? This was actually a hot topic in Japan. Hence, Tomoshi Oka nodded and said, Hey, so that's how it is. I understand. As he walked down the mountain, Peiziyun noticed that 3000 Sakako's car was still parked by the side of the road. He could vaguely see that there was someone in the car. He guessed that it was 3000 Sakako. However, he didn't see any other cars. They must have gone back. Tomoshi Oka stopped in his tracks and bowed to Peiziyun. Yamada-kun, we're already on the way. Let's split up for now. I'll go that way. Someone will come and pick me up. Peiziyun nodded and bowed. Have a safe journey, Okoshi-kun. With that said, he walked straight to 3000 Sakako's car and knocked on the window. Hearing the tong-tong sound, 3000 Sakako was shocked. She looked up and saw Peiziyun outside the car. The moment she saw Peiziyun, she was delighted. She opened the car door and shouted, Yamada-kun! I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. You're really amazing. In the past, it would take 2 or 3 days to see the result. 3000 Sakako opened the car door and let him in. Then, she served him sushi. Sushi was supposed to be cold food. For some reason, Japanese people liked cold food. They weren't used to eating hot food. She lowered her head and said, Yamada-kun, you must be hungry. Please have some. Where are you going? Do you want to rest in Hakone, or? Let's go back. This place is only an hour's drive from Tokyo. We can go straight back. Peiziyun took the sushi and looked at it. Bonito sushi? Hey, I know Yamada-kun likes it. This kind of sushi was made by patting the meat of the bonito and roasting it until the skin was brown. However, it was not roasted through. Then, the meat was drizzled with sauce. The meat was a translucent purple red. Although sushi could be eaten in one bite, the cheapest one in this bag cost 450 yen, and the expensive one cost 850 yen. There was also the highest grade purple sashimi, which cost 2,000 yen. This was a matter of course. If he went to Ginza to buy sushi, even if he didn't order a geisha to accompany him, it would cost about 30,000 to 50,000 yen. Pei Zi-yun took a big gulp and finished one of them, revealing an expression of disgust. He then took another gulp and finished another one. This was the downside of Japanese food, the portions were too small. It tastes good. After a few bites, Pei Zi-yun sighed. I like the fish inside. I'm more interested in sashimi. It's a pity you don't like it very much. 3,000 Sakako drove the car and drove Pei Zi-yun to the city of Tokyo. She continued, Yamada-kun, congratulations! You've become famous in one battle this time. Hearing this, Pei Zi-yun, who was sitting in the back of the car, killed another one. He said, It's not a big deal to become famous. I just hope there won't be any trouble in the future. At this moment there was a beeping sound. Pei Zi-yun felt full. He took out his phone from his pocket and found a text message. He unlocked it and looked at it. This text message was to inform him that the reward for the Baraki reward had been transferred to his account. The reward for the Baraki reward was not much, only 3 million yen. Pei Zi-yun looked at the text message and asked 3,000 Sakako, Now that I've obtained the Baraki reward, do you think it's possible to obtain the Oka reward or even the Ogawa reward? When 3,000 Sakako, who was driving, heard this, she paid attention to the situation on the road. She thought for a while and said, Yamada-kun, the 3 major rewards are not just about the quality of the book. Behind the 3 major rewards there are more social factors. I'm very sorry that although our Ogawa shrine can help you with the Baraki reward, it's difficult for us to do anything else. Moreover, objectively speaking, your reputation and social influence are still far from the 2 awards, said 3,000 Sakako apologetically. The 3 major rewards were the Baraki reward, the Oka reward, and the Ogawa reward. They had a very important position in Japanese literature. Japanese society attached great importance to these awards, especially the latter 2. After all, the Baraki reward focused on newcomers who had just made their mark, while the Oka reward and the Ogawa reward focused on the truly famous writers and some top writers. Their works, to a certain extent, had the power to influence society. Therefore, the selection of the latter 2 awards was very strict. Even the Japanese government was very concerned. Therefore, it did not mean that it could not influence the selection, but it undoubtedly required a lot of power and was very difficult. Pei Zi-yun was not an unreasonable person. He had only been in the industry for a year and had already obtained the Baraki reward. It was very rare, not to mention the Oka reward and the Ogawa reward. However, Pei Zi-yun was confident in his superb works. Even if he could not get the Ogawa reward, he could still fight for the Oka reward. At that moment, he was thinking if he should speed up the publication. This would cause him to lose some money, but what he wanted was never money. Chapter 7:12. Right, Yamada-chi. He looked at the 3,000 sanis in front of him and suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Pei Zi-yun and asked, I saw someone beside you just now? In my impression, isn't he Heng Yuan-xiong's man? Because of Pei Zi-yun's life and death battle with Heng Yuan-xiong, the 3,000 sons of Sakakami had used the information from the Jin River Shrine to find out more about Heng Yuan-xiong's surroundings. On the other hand, Tomoshi Oka was a cadre that was highly regarded by Yukio Tsuneo. If it was in the past, he would even be a retainer. Naturally, he would be taken seriously by the 3,000 sons of Sakakami. Therefore, even though Sakako only took a cursory glance, she still recognized Tomoshi Oka from the outline. Oka Tomoshi was able to survive the life and death battle in Rimi Dojo? Sakako Sanako asked. This didn't make sense. No, Tomoshi Oka, he surrendered to me. As Pei Zi-yun spoke, he caressed the wooden blade. The blood on the blade had turned black. The entire wooden blade gave off a very special feeling. It was terrifying, solemn, and heavy. Anyone who looked at it for too long would feel a sense of awe and awe. On one hand, he was observing the changes in it. On the other hand, he casually said, in the Battle of the Rimi Dojo, if not for a few key hints from Oka Tomoshi, I'm afraid I wouldn't have one so easily. At the very least, I have to spend more time and pay a higher price in order to win this battle. Pei Ziyun said plainly. Then, as if he had thought of something, Pei Ziyun shook his head and repeated Oka Tomoshi's words. He asked, according to Oka Tomoshi, Heng Yuan Xiong was the cause of the decline of the Heng Yuan family. Is that true? Well, if it's from Oka Tomoshi's mouth, it's still credible. I did hear that Yukio Hengyuan doesn't do things well, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent, Sakako Sanako said seriously. In her memory, whether it was the Yuanshan incident or the SATA transaction case, Oka Tomoshi's performance was remarkable. Because of his outstanding ability, he was highly valued by Yukio Hengyuan. Now, it seemed that he was also deeply suspected by Yukio Hengyuan. There was no contradiction. However, Tomoshi Ogang's betrayal is also disgusting. Sakako Sanako frowned. And I heard you say that in order to survive, he recognized you as his master in the Riken Dojo, and immediately ran away. Sakako Sanako showed a trace of disgust. She had been adopted by the Makawa Shrine since she was a child, and had always been nurtured by the shrine. The Makawa Shrine was a traditional shrine. Even though it was now a democratic society, it had not changed and retained many traditional views. Loyalty was the quality of a warrior. Currently, Tomoshi Oka was helping Yamada Yuki, but the other party had betrayed his master, causing the 3,000 Sakakami to despise him. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. We're living in a democratic society now. In a democratic society, no matter how much tradition was upheld, the past was falling apart. Be it culture or civilization, they were all secondary products of society. There was only one way to truly protect tradition, and that was to keep the original social structure unchanged. But that was a cute thought. At this time, Tomoshi Oka had already sat in the car that was picked up by his subordinate. Tomoshi Oka didn't let the car start immediately. Instead, he made the car stop by the side of the road. He watched as cars passed by one after another and quickly headed in another direction. He smiled. These cars were all rushing over because they had received the shocking news of Yoshio Heng's death. One reason was to pass the news to the forces behind them, and the other was to make the corresponding arrangements. That was why they were in such a hurry. Unfortunately, no matter how much preparation you make, are you as good as me? Tomoshi Oka took out a specially made cigar from the pocket of his black suit. With a snap, he lit the cigar with a lighter, took a deep breath, and puffed out a cloud of smoke. In the car that was surrounded by clouds, Tomoshi Oka's eyes flashed, as if he was thinking. After a while, Tomoshi Oka took out his mobile phone, pressed a few buttons, and flipped to the screen. A person appeared on the screen and said to this person, Yasuda, Yoshio Heng is dead. What are your plans? The person on the screen was Yasuda Hayashu. He wasn't shocked by the news and immediately asked. Yasuda Hayashu was the second butler of the Yoshio family. He had a very important position in the Yoshio family and had considerable authority. If the Yoshio family was compared to an ancient country, Yoshio Heng was the emperor, and Yasuda Hayashu was the deputy prime minister. Let Yoshio Heng succeed as the next patriarch. Inside the car, Tomoshi Oka took another puff of smoke and said coldly, Yoshio Heng is a weak person and is not suitable to be the patriarch. Yasuda Hayashu said, Yoshio Heng only had one son, Yoshio Masashi, but he died of illness early. Fortunately, he left behind 4 grandchildren, Yoshio Yuichi, Yoshio Kyoko, Yoshio Yum, and Yoshio Heng. Yoshio Heng was Yoshio Heng's 4th and youngest son. He was weak and hesitant. This didn't mean that he didn't have the ability, but his personality was born like this. This made Yoshio-hing very dissatisfied. Because Yoshio-hing himself was a decisive and unscrupulous person, he might be suspicious of outstanding people, but he looked down on this kind of personality even more. He was very dissatisfied with his youngest son's weakness. Because of this, Yoshio-hing was not in the range of Yoshio-hing's successors. He only handed over some unimportant businesses to Yoshio-hing. Now, Yoshio-hing was mainly in charge of the Yoshio-hing's liquor business. Although Yoshio-hing was hesitant and had a weak personality, he still had some talent in business. He managed the business that Yoshio-hing handed over to him in an orderly manner. Recently, it even showed signs of prosperity. Even so, Yoshio-hing and the rest of the family were not happy with Yoshio-hing. They never considered letting him succeed and were ready to pin their hopes on Yoshio-hing. Yoshio-hing was the son of Yoshio Yuichi. He was still in elementary school and was very smart. But this person is very suitable for us. We don't want the property of the Yoshio-hing family. It will all be given to the young master and the ladies. But as long as Yoshio-hing succeeds, the influence of the family group and politics will disappear. Isn't this good? Tomoshi Oka looked at him coldly and said, "Do you want to serve Yoshio-hing and wait for him to grow up?" "You're right. Let's do it this way." The other side was silent for a long time, then nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Tomoshi Oka smiled. The most important part was settled. Then, he made a few more calls before putting away the hot phone in his hand and falling into deep thought. Tomoshi Oka was indeed a very important cadre of Yoshio-hing. Even the Oka family used to be the retainers of the Yoshio-hing family. However, Tomoshi Oka knew that Yoshio-hing had always been worried about him. Although Yoshio-hing had given him many secret things to do, Yoshio-hing was still worried. This was partly due to his talent, but also because he had participated too much and knew too much, such as the mermaid's blood. Yoshio-hing was undoubtedly a cruel and merciless person. Tomoshi Oka believed that if he did not make any changes, the final result would be death. It would be similar to Yoshio-hing's previous assistant. Tomoshi Oka did not have any evidence. Even if there was evidence, it was not top-secret information that he could obtain. However, the most important thing for a person was to have a brain. It was clear as long as he looked at the results of his predecessors. One or two could be considered an accident, but if there were a few in a row, it would be useless to cover it up. Therefore, in order to survive, Tomoshi Oka had taken many actions behind the scenes. He had even joined forces with many people from the Yoshio-hing family to form a loose alliance. It was impossible for such a move to be completely hidden, so Yoshio-hing's killing intent intensified. However, modern society was, after all, a democratic society. It was impossible to kill people casually. It might take a few years for the plan to be revealed. However, the Rimi school's operation was too sudden, so Tomoshi Oka had no choice but to participate. Because Tomoshi Oka knew too many of Yoshio-hing's secrets, if he did not decisively request to participate, what awaited him would be immediate death. In fact, Tomoshi Oka and the alliance already had a complete plan to deal with Yoshio-hing, but before they could implement it, an unforeseen event occurred. Now, the plan was naturally useless. It's good that it's useless. Otherwise, I might have lost. No matter how much he planned, Yoshio-hing was the rightful head of the family after all. The resources he controlled were far greater than the loose alliance. The possibility of him failing was very high. Even the most optimistic estimate was that his chances of winning were only 30%. But now Yoshio-hing was dead, and he, Tomoshi Oka, had successfully survived the Rimi school's battle. That was enough. Tomoshi Oka did not make a move against Yoshio-hing because in Japanese society, such behavior would make him a public enemy. Of course, if it was due to Yoshio Heng's incompetence that led to the independence of his subordinates and family, it would be relatively normal. There had been many such incidents in the past. Thinking of this, Tomoshi Oka smiled. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone again, dialed a number, and made a call. When he heard a respectful greeting, he said calmly, "Takeda, donate 10 million yen to Milan Private High School. Also, specify the purpose. Half of it will be given to the Domination Society." Tomoshi Oka's phone call was to an organization that was responsible for managing his assets, SBI Asset Investment. This organization was large in scale and had a good reputation. Most importantly, this organization could not be interfered with by Yoshio Heng. Because of this, Tomoshi Oka handed over half of his private assets to SBI Asset Investment to manage. This organization managed his assets very well. Every year there would be profits, which Tomoshi Oka was very satisfied with. Takeda was the person in charge. It could be said that with Yoshio Heng's death, this huge sum of money alone would allow Tomoshi Oka and even the Oka family to gain a foothold in Tokyo. Donating 10 million yen to Milan Private High School was to express his sincerity to Pei Ziyun. This amount of money was just a small fraction of the huge sum. Although Tomoshi Oka had seen Pei Ziyun's martial arts during the battle at Rimi School, he still wanted to see Pei Ziyun's other abilities. In today's society, martial arts was not the only thing. After making the call, Tomoshi Oka muttered, "Yamada-kun, if you want to be my lord, then show me your tolerance." Chapter 713. Milan Private High School, classroom in the second row. Hayakawa Naomi was wearing a student uniform. Her face was tense as she listened to the teacher. She held a pen in one hand and took note. Milan Private High School was like any other high school. It had 5 main subjects: Mandarin, mathematics, English, sociology, and science. Mandarin was divided into literature and grammar. Mathematics was divided into mathematics and geometry. English was divided into written and conversational. Sociology was divided into geography and history. Science was divided into biology and earth. Japanese education had 2 main characteristics. One was order and the other was localization. Hence, Mandarin Japanese was very important and difficult. Not only did the school and teachers pay attention to it, but the students also paid attention to it. The teachers were also very serious during lessons. This class was Mandarin, and it was taught by the Mandarin teacher, Masashi Shijinaga. Masashi Shijinaga was the most serious teacher in the class. Hayakawa Naomi tried her best to be careful during the Mandarin class to avoid being reprimanded. However, she still took the time to look at the time on her watch. This was a rare thing for an outstanding student. The reason was that the National Domination Society had an activity that all members had to attend. Hayakawa Naomi had to be there when the class ended. Recently, she could feel that her luck had improved. Nothing had happened to her, and the rumors about her had died down. The gratitude in her heart was hard to imagine. Finally, the bell rang. Hayakawa Naomi packed up her stuff and ran out of the classroom. She went to the club's activity room. When Hayakawa Naomi reached the activity room, she heard someone talking inside. Within the activity room, Pei Ziyun was holding onto a multicolored newspaper. This was a modified version of the newspaper. He nodded his head and said in satisfaction, "This is not bad. Print it and send it to those who have not chosen a society yet." Pei Ziyun pointed at the newspaper and said to the people in the activity room, "Yes, Minister." Fukuoka Maya immediately replied, "But, Minister, we can send out advertisements and print them. However, I'm afraid we will not have enough funds." Murata Saikairo suddenly thought of this and scratched his head. Actually, Murata Saikairo was a very serious person. Although on the outside, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and wasn't very astute, he was actually very attentive to details. Hence, when Pei Ziyun finished speaking, He immediately thought of this problem. Is that so? Although 10,000 taels of silver seemed like a lot of money, it was actually not a lot of money when it came to spending. Pei Ziyun thought for a while and said, "Then, leave the funding to me. Go and print it now." "Yes." Fukuoka Maya and Murata Saikairo bowed respectfully. To be fair, Japan's education was indeed unique. At the very least, this kind of deference and obedience was in line with the needs of leaders. After Pei Ziyun told them about this matter, Hayakawa Naomi mustered her courage and whispered to him, "Minister." Pei Ziyun was surprised and looked at Hayakawa Naomi's eyes. This young lady had been scared out of her wits by Ji Dao last time. Naturally, she was feeling uneasy and wanted an explanation. But to Pei Ziyun, since she had just joined his society, protecting her was a matter of course. Besides, it was just a matter of convenience. Pei Ziyun understood very well that this kind of conflict with Heng Yuanxiong was actually unavoidable. Even without Heng Yuanxiong, there would still be Chang Zhuo. Therefore, he said considerately, "Oh, it's Naomi. Your problem has been solved." "There's no problem, don't worry." Really?" Hearing this, Hayakawa Naomi's face reddened, and she could not help but ask. Following this, Hayakawa Naomi mustered her courage and lifted her head to look at Pei Ziyun. Seeing his confident expression, she believed his words. "Thank you so much." Hayakawa Naomi was no fool. The last time she and Pei Ziyun had been invited by the Extreme Tao sect, the leader of the Extreme Tao sect had offered her a shocking sum of 30 million rupees. After she had rejected his offer, the leader had offered Pei Ziyun 50 million rupees in exchange for giving her up. Naomi Hayakawa had no idea how much 30 million yen was, but she knew that only 30 million yen could let her and her mother live well for 2 weeks. 30 million yen could buy a pretty good apartment in Tokyo. She could hardly afford that kind of money. To be honest, when she heard that the leader of the Extreme Tao sect took out so much money to bribe the leader, her body trembled and her heart turned cold. She was afraid that Pei Ziyun would give up on her. Before she joined the Dominate the Nation Society, she had always been called a jinx. No one was willing to approach her, and no society was willing to accept her. Only the Dominate the Nation Society took the initiative to accept her. The members of the society treated her very well. Even when Tetsuyama Toshida got into a car accident, the leader did not blame him. Hayakawa Naomi was very grateful to Pei Ziyun. At that time, if Pei Ziyun had accepted the offer and given up on her, Hayakawa Naomi didn't know what to do. Would she have committed suicide? She still wanted to live. However, Naomi Hayakawa was shocked to find out that Pei Ziyun had rejected her without any hesitation. At that moment, Hayakawa Naomi's mind went blank. All she wanted was to get closer to him. Now, Pei Ziyun said that the matter had been resolved. She didn't know how much effort he had put in. Everyone in Japan knew that the Extreme Tao sect was not a simple organization. They had connections with many different parties and had deep roots. They even had a protective umbrella. It was difficult to deal with them. Thinking about this, Hayakawa Naomi clenched her sleeves and said, Leader, what do you like to eat? I want to do something for Yamada-kun and the society. I don't know how to do much, but I can bring some snacks." After saying this, she mustered up her courage and said, "Although my skills aren't that good, I will work hard to learn. Please." In Japanese society, the most important thing was to be useful to the group. Hayakawa Naomi's eyes were filled with hope. In the past, when she was ostracized, she even thought of suicide. However, she wanted to live on and persevere a little longer. Now that she had the society to accept her and the leader to protect her, she finally managed to persevere. But if that was the case, she hoped that she could be useful to the leader and the society. Even if it was just a little, it would be good. That was her value. If you want to talk about food, I usually like to eat a lot of it. But in general, I don't really like soba noodles and udon noodles that only have soup. Hearing this question, Pei Zi-yun did not think about her complicated feelings. He propped his chin on his hand and thought about it carefully. But if you put more meat and vegetables in it, I'll eat it. The soba noodles tasted good, but according to Japanese customs, they would at most have chicken soup. Even if they did have meat, it would be thin and small. Pei Zi-yun was not interested in noodles without meat. He added, "The sashimi is okay, as long as there are no eggs. I don't really like curry." Compared to India, the Japanese loved curry more, which made him feel helpless. Japanese curry wasn't too spicy, but because it was infused with concentrated fruit paste, it had a heavy sweetness to it. Other than accompanying rice, it could also be used as a soup base for ramen and oolong noodles. Honestly speaking, Pei Zi-yun really couldn't stand the taste of this curry. But curry in Japan was everywhere. Curry powder and blocks were a must at home. Not only was it convenient to use, but it also saved time. There was no need to go to a restaurant, learn how to cook, or buy ingredient. All he had to do was heat it slightly and pour it on the rice. Hence, every time Pei Zi-yun's mother used curry to cook, Pei Zi-yun would be unhappy and complain, "In the future, don't use curry in cooking." Don't eat curry? That was strange. There were people in Japan who didn't eat curry? Not only Yamada Izumi, even Hayakawa Naomi was surprised. But she quickly hid it in her heart and asked Pei Zi-yun, "Well, if that's the case, what do you like the most?" Let me think about it. Well, my favorite food is sushi and amaterasu." Pei Zi-yun thought for a while and answered casually. "Oh, so that's how it is." Hayakawa Naomi nodded her head as her face turned even redder. She then said, "Minister, please let me cook for you and the department." Hayakawa Naomi clenched her fists and made up her mind, "I have to learn cooking from my mother, so that Yamada-kun will like me." Pei Zi-yun did not think too much about it. He looked at her warmly and said softly, "All right, I'll have to trouble you. However, the department will pay for the ingredient." To Pei Zi-yun, as a leader, he had to accept the feelings of his subordinate. If his subordinates were willing to think for him and the department, then he would accept it. This was a good cycle, as it would increase the loyalty of his subordinates and increase their sense of security. Besides, this was a small matter and was not worth rebuking. "Hey, you agree? I'll definitely work hard." Hayakawa Naomi bowed and replied, her eyes filled with happiness. She stole a glance at Pei Zi-yun and saw that he was still working. She then took out her phone and sent an email to her mother, telling her that she wanted to learn how to cook. She then started to daydream, and her face turned red. At this point, Pei Zi-yun was deep in thought as well. What should I do with the money for the club? It was still manageable now. However, if the domination of the Nation Club were to expand, and there would be more activities, the money would not be sufficient. Hence, he had to think of ways to earn more money. This did not mean that Pei Zi-yun had no money. Pei Zi-yun had $6 million in his bank account. Furthermore, there was still the royalties from White Rock Institute Publishing House. That would be at least $10 million. However, the money of the club belonged to the club, and the money of the individual belonged to the club. The money of the club belonged to the club, and was considered a public asset. In Japan, there was a clear distinction between public and private assets, to prevent unnecessary conflicts. Pei Zi-yun was thinking about how to solve the problem of the club's finances. When he looked up, he noticed that Hayakawa Naomi's face had turned red. Even her ears were starting to turn red. "Naomi, what's wrong?" Pei Zi-yun asked. Hayakawa Naomi was startled and replied, "Nothing, I just felt a little stuffy." "Stuffy? It's May now, that's all right. It's not July yet." Hayakawa Naomi did not know how to reply. At this point, footsteps could be heard from outside. Someone shouted, "Is that department head Yamada? The student council is looking for you." Hayakawa Naomi heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 7:14. Takami Genji shouted from the door. He was an ordinary member of the student council, and was mainly responsible for running errands and making announcements. Although this job was tiring, he felt that it was a very meaningful job, and he enjoyed it very much. Pei Ziyun walked out of the activity room and looked at Takami Genji, who was standing outside the door. He asked, what's going on? Is there something the student council needs from me? Takami Genji wore a pair of spectacles, had a buzz cut, and was dressed in a student uniform. He looked very capable, but now he had one hand on the wall and the other hanging by his side. At the same time, he was panting heavily, giving off a feeling of fatigue. Recently, the student council had been very busy, and there weren't many people running errands and making announcements. There were only 2 or 3 of them. Takami Genji was usually a warm-hearted person, and when he joined the student council, he took the initiative to take on this troublesome task. Because of this, he was praised by the student council. However, time was very tight and he usually ran to complete it. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Takami Genji heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Department Head Yamada, the president is looking for you. After saying this, Takami Genji thought for a moment. When I went out, I saw the president's expression and thought that this shouldn't be a bad thing. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun smiled and bowed his head in thanks. It's been hard on you. Takami Genji wiped the sweat off his forehead again and smiled. Yamada-kun, I still have work to do today, so I'll take my leave first. After saying this, without waiting for Pei Ziyun to say anything, Takami Genji ran off into the distance again. This fellow, he's really full of energy. Pei Ziyun walked towards the student council's office. The student council's office was not far from the Dominate the Nation's activity room, about 500 to 600 meters away. Pei Ziyun walked along the corridor and soon entered the student council. In the office of the student council, Seiko Harada was wearing a student uniform and had a long ponytail. She looked youthful and pretty. She was now sitting at the desk, writing with a pen from time to time. She also touched her forehead with her hand, obviously thinking. Pei Ziyun walked in and stood in front of Harada's table. He bowed slightly and said, President, you were looking for me? Harada Seiko awoke from her thoughts and raised her head to look at Pei Ziyun. She was slightly taken aback. This Yamada Shinichi was only a freshman, but he looked very different from the other freshmen of the same grade. This thought flashed through Harada Seiko's mind. She nodded and asked, How is your work in the club? Hearing Seiko Harada's words, Pei Ziyun didn't quite understand what she meant, so he said, President, our society's activities have been going well recently. We're on the right track. Last time, we successfully carried out the second weekend activity. These few days, the society is planning to print some newspapers, intending to expand our influence. Well, I see. Seiji Harada nodded. You've done a good job, and the club is also very meaningful. It allows the club members to be educated and influenced by traditional culture, and traveling can also influence one's character. So, I have good news for you now. That is, according to the decision of the school and the student council, we have decided to increase our support for you. This is a specially made club card. The funds are inside and the password is written on the back. Please make good use of it. As she said this, Seiji Harada took out a grayish-black card from her office drawer and handed it to Pei Ziyun with both hands. Oh, you're giving me money? Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he took the club card from Seiji Harada's hands with both hands. He bowed and thanked her. Hi, thank you for the school and the student council's attention. Please rest assured, I will not let you down. If that's the case, I can rest assured. Work hard. Yamada Shinichi. Hi, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Pei Ziyun bowed again. Seeing that there was nothing else to say, he turned around and left. Watching Pei Ziyun leave, the president of the student council, Nishimura Hidade Hoshi, touched his glasses and asked, President, are we really going to give him the 5 million won so easily? Nishimura Hideyoshi was the president of the student council. He was mainly in charge of the club's accounts and other specific matters. He was considered one of the most influential people in the student council. It was said that he was one of the strong contenders for the next student council president position. Although Nishimura Hideyoshi's family was not particularly rich, it was still above the middle class. His father was a director of a company and usually had a monthly allowance of 150,000 won. Of course, compared to the family of President Seiji Harada, Nishimura Hideyoshi naturally paled in comparison. This was because Seiji Harada's family was not simple. It was said that they were from a large family. Nishimura Hideyoshi had also observed the clothes that Seiji Harada wore. All of them were branded or handmade, which showed how well off his family was. However, when Nishimura Hideyoshi saw President Seiji Noda directly hand over the 5 million won to a new club for a freshman, he felt a little envious and unwilling. 5 million won, that's my expenses for 2 years. Although large clubs have the mission to fight for glory for the school, and the fees are high, this is too much. Even the Dominate the Nation club only has 5 members. This is his money in the first place. Seiji Harada immediately saw through Nishimura Hideyoshi's emotions. Fiddling with a pen, he said calmly, "Someone donated 10 million won through SBI Asset Investment Institute, and half of it was clearly designated to be transferred to his club. What, that guy Yamada Shinichi is so rich?" Nishimura Hideyoshi was shocked. He did not expect that a guy who seemed to be showing off his abilities would have such a deep foundation. This means that his family background is definitely not ordinary. With this thought, the unwillingness and jealousy in Nishimura Hideyoshi's heart gradually disappeared. After all, such a person was not someone he could provoke, and he was not someone who did not know the gravity of the situation. He did not rely on brute force to become the club president of the student council. Moreover, the school can receive half of the money out of thin air, and the rest of the money can be used on the school club. The purpose of the Dominate the Nation club is not bad. I have no reason to object. Nishimura Hideyoshi was very successful in doing things, and Seiji Harada did not want him to disappear like Chiharu Sagawa, so he explained. Chiharu Sagawa died. The police report said that she disappeared, and after 3 years, she was declared dead. Although Seiji Harada did not know the whole story, he knew a little about her family background. Is that so? So that's how it is. Could this be the legendary way that big families and societies nurture their heirs? Nishimura Hideyoshi knew that in order to nurture their heirs, many heirs would become important members of the student council and would be given funds in such a way. With this thought in mind, he looked at Seiji Harada. Perhaps only someone like her would be in the same world as Yamada Shinichi? Unknowingly, the unwillingness in Nishimura Hideyoshi's heart disappeared, and he started to feel discouraged. As he walked out of the student council, he saw Murata Saikiro and Hayakawa Naomi holding a box in their hand. She asked the two of them, "Excuse me, are you new students?" "Yes, we are." The two of them replied. "Have you joined a club?" "Not yet." "That's good. We welcome new students to join our club." You don't have to join a club. You can take a look and have a look." Hayakawa Naomi took out a magazine from the box in her hands, and gave it to each of them. "What does this club do?" "If it's a religious club, I don't want to join. I don't want to join a club that challenges people every day. No, our club is not a religious club, nor is it a club that challenges people everywhere. It's actually a club that tours and tours. You can come and have a look. Even if you aren't interested, it's all right. Just come and have a look." Murata Saikiro smiled shyly. These two fellows are really a doer. They moved so quickly." Pei Zi-yun looked at them and nodded his head in satisfaction. From the time Pei Zi-yun had instructed Murata Saikiro to print the magazine to the time He had completed his task in the student council. Less than half an hour had passed. In such a short period of time, Murata Saikairo had already finished printing the magazine and distributed it to the students. Pei Ziyun then turned to Murata Saikairo, who was distributing the pamphlets, and asked, "Hey, Saikairo, how did you get this done so quickly?" "Ha ha ha, it's nothing much. I just used up all of the club's funds," Murata Saikairo said. "I used A4 paper from the convenience store, 10 yuan for black and white, 50 yuan for color. It's half the price in school, but I only printed 200 copies. There aren't many first-year students. 200 copies is more than enough. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first," Pei Ziyun said as he walked towards the school gate. At the school gate, Pei Ziyun inserted the club card into the ATM machine and keyed in the number. A moment later, a string of numbers appeared, 5 million. Pei Ziyun touched his chin and muttered to himself, 5 million? Who gave it to me? The school can't be so generous. Even if there is, it must be a big club that can bring glory to the school. For example, the basketball club, and it must be from the higher education department. Pei Ziyun immediately sent an email to Sakako Sanako. After waiting for a few minutes, the phone rang. It was Sakako Sanako. She said, "Yamada Sanako? I didn't send the money. I'll find out who gave it to you. There's another news. Mako Takamori and Kawako are here." "What? Mako Takamori and Kawako are here?" Pei Ziyun was a little surprised. "Are they here to travel? If they're here to thank me, it's not necessary." "Yes, they're here to thank you. More accurately, they've bought a house near your house, and Kawako is transferring here," Sakako Sanako said. "Moreover, they changed their surnames. Now they're called Mako Ishiwatari and Kawako Ishiwatari." "Is that so?" Pei Ziyun was a little emotional. Mako Takamori still had some conscience after accepting the 1.5 billion yuan. "If you have nothing else to do, please come back early today," Sakako Sanako added. "They're already at your house as guests." "Understood." Pei Ziyun hung up the phone. After thinking about it, he sent a group email to the club members, telling them that if there was nothing else, they could go back early and not wait for him. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi was distributing the magazine. Her group had 100 copies, and it was nearing the end. She was thinking about going home to learn cooking from her mother. When she received Pei Ziyun's email, she immediately agreed. Chapter 7:15. On the tram, Pei Ziyun carried his school bag and thought about what Sakako had said. He didn't know why Kawako and Mako Takamori were looking for him. However, ever since Pei Ziyun dealt with Yakuza, who was possessed by an evil spirit, he had been busy with other things and hadn't contacted them. He didn't know how they were doing now. In fact, Pei Ziyun missed Kawako a little now. Time passed quickly on the tram. Pei Ziyun felt that he had reached home in just a few minutes. This was also related to the fact that elementary and middle schools in Japan had to be located in a nearby school district. The average journey by car was 15 minutes. When Pei Ziyun got off the tram, he saw a silver-gray car in front of his house. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Mako Takamori and Kawako's car. No, to be more accurate, it should be Mako Ishiwado and Kawako's car. Just as expected, when Pei Ziyun used the key to open the front door, the moment he stepped into the courtyard, Qoz heard the noise and rushed over. Kawako was wearing a snow-white dress with a grayish-black cartoon mouse on it. It was very cute. Her short legs ran over and her face was full of smiles. Pei Ziyun saw Kawako rushing over and reached out to catch her. Kawako jumped into his arms. "Oni-chan, did you miss Kawako?" Looking closely, Kawako was a little chubbier. There was still baby fat on her face and she looked very cute. Pei Ziyun felt a little guilty. He only thought of her today and hadn't thought of her before. However, she didn't say anything and just said, "Of course I did. I thought about it once today." Kawako happily leaned into his arms and felt at ease. She shouted, "Oni-chan, Kawako wants to learn kendo from you. Kawako wants to skip a grade." Hearing this, Pei-Zi-Yun was very surprised. He didn't know why Kawako suddenly had such an idea. In Japan, all children above the age of 6 had to go to elementary school. After primary school, they would continue to study in junior high school. Primary school lasted 6 years and junior high school lasted 3 years. In his memory, Kawako had just entered the 4th grade of primary school. She still had to study for 2 more years before she could enter junior high school. She hadn't even finished primary school and wanted to skip a grade. When did Kawako have such a strange idea? Pei-Zi-Yun wanted to ask her mother, Ishido. Pei-Zi-Yun carried Mingzi to the living room and realized that Mingzi was very light. She had even put on a little weight recently. This could only be attributed to the fact that she was not well off in the past, which resulted in a lack of nutrition. Hence, her body was too thin. When he entered the living room, he saw Ishiwatari chatting with his mother and Sakanu Sanako. When Pei-Zi-Yun first saw true son Shido, he was slightly surprised. Although the current true son Ishido was wearing a kimono and looked very refined, he gave off a kind of radiant feeling. Pei-Zi-Yun could still remember the first time he had seen Shido. Although she still had some features, her entire body was under the pressure of debt, and she looked very haggard. She gave off the feeling of a dying flower. But now, she looked much younger than before. Pei-Zi-Yun couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, only wealth could support people. As he entered, the 3 women looked at him. Their gazes landed on Momo, who was nestled in his arms. Pei-Zi-Yun then placed her down and bowed to her. He then said to Ishiwatari, "Gao-san, welcome. However, didn't you say that students can't skip grades in school? Is that Momo still there?" In Japan, it was generally impossible for students to skip grades. This was because this was a rule that was instilled in them from a young age. Hearing this, Ishiwatari stood up and returned the bow. "Yamada-kun, I have already changed my surname to Ishiwatari. Momo is also called Masako Ishiwatari." Although Pei-Zi-Yun already knew that Ishiwatari had changed his surname, he was still used to it and forgot to correct himself. His face turned slightly red as he said, "I'm sorry, Ishiwatari." In Japan, calling someone by the wrong name was a very rude thing to do. One had to apologize to the other party to show respect. "It's alright, you don't know." Under normal circumstances, Momo shouldn't have skipped grades. But now, she can still do it if she puts in some effort. Furthermore, Momo's results are not bad. She has already studied in junior high, so skipping grades won't affect her too much. Ishiwatari didn't mind the small mistake that Pei-Zi-Yun had just made and softly explained. Ever since Ishiwatari had obtained the shares, the first dividend was a total of 30 million yen. She first paid off her debts, then used the remaining money to buy a house near Yamada's house. It was still not enough, but if she paid the dividend next year, it would be more than enough. Furthermore, once she became an independent director, she would get to know many people with power and could transfer schools and skip grade. "Oh, so Momo is a genius in studies." Pei-Zi-Yun nodded. Indeed, Japanese students generally couldn't skip grades, but there were exceptions in special circumstances. After all, this policy was aimed at the entire Japanese student class. It didn't matter if the rich and powerful did it. Anyway, there were many homecoming society members and ghost society members. After all, this was a democratic society. Even if some policies were to be implemented, they couldn't be too forceful. Sakako pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Although Momo has only followed the shrine and learned kendo for 3 months, she has improved very quickly. It won't be a problem under your guidance." To Sakako, as long as she could understand a little about culture and education, she would be able to obtain a graduation certificate. No one expected a samurai to become a top student. "Yes, Oni-chan." Momo is very good, she learns things very quickly, Momo said to Pei Ziyun, gesturing with her small hands. All right, since that's the case, train with me. Pei Ziyun looked at Momo's cute face and didn't reject her. If not for him, Momo might be able to survive and become the heir of Jin Chuan Shrine. He didn't know why, but when he came out of the Rikgen Shrine, he felt a gap in his spiritual sense open up. This feeling was out of nowhere, but he immediately believed it, because this was the perception of a god. If that was the case, he would have snatched Momo's opportunity. Perhaps he could make up for it by teaching her in passing. He wasn't prepared to teach anything that went against the rules of this world. However, he was very familiar with the kendo of Jin Chuan Shrine. This little girl is so skinny. Perhaps I can teach her some techniques to improve her physique. The Tao techniques of the Desu world couldn't be passed down, but it was more than enough to modify them and create a simple set of techniques. Really? When Ishiwadari heard this, he was extremely happy and bowed. That's great. To thank you, may I treat you to dinner? Seeing Ishiwadari's sincere expression, Pei Ziyun and Yamada Izumi didn't reject him. When Hayakawa Naomi reached home, Hayakawa Dutsu was in the kitchen making tamako. Hayakawa Naomi threw her bag down and ran into the kitchen, her eyes fixed on her mother's every move. Hayakawa Dutsu noticed it immediately. She turned around and looked at her daughter's expectant eyes. She then smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Naomi, do you want to learn how to cook from your mother?" Hearing her mother's question, Hayakawa Naomi didn't hesitate. She nodded her head and replied, "Yes, mother. I want to learn how to cook from you." When Hayakawa Dutsu heard her daughter's words, she couldn't help but smile. Ever since her daughter had joined Yamada Shinji's dominate the nation, she felt that her daughter had become much livelier. When she heard that her daughter wanted to learn how to cook from her, she didn't hide anything. She then pointed to the tamako that she had made. "Naomi, look, this is tamako. Although it's a common dish, it has to be fresh and tender. It's not easy to make it taste so good. The secret is that we don't use milk or water. Instead, we use stock to make the egg roll more tender and fragrant. I'll teach you this today. Mother has a special recipe for tamako. I guarantee that the taste will be amazing," Hayakawa Dutsu said to her daughter. "Really?" Hayakawa Naomi asked excitedly. Seeing her daughter's expression, she couldn't hide her emotions. Did she have someone she liked? Hayakawa Dutsu couldn't help but tease her. "Why, Naomi, do you have someone you like? Who made you want to learn how to cook? Was it Hiroshi Kanazuka?" "Mother, it's not him," Hayakawa Naomi denied. Hiroshi Kanazuka was the son of Hayakawa Naomi's next-door neighbor. He was about the same age as Hayakawa Naomi, and they had a good relationship. Even when Hayakawa Naomi was called a jinx, Hiroshi Kanazuka still kept in touch with her. Is that Yui Toshio?" Hayakawa Dutsu asked again. Yui Toshio was Hayakawa Naomi's childhood friend. They were childhood playmates, and Hayakawa Naomi loved to play with him. She even announced that she wanted to be his bride. "Ah, no." Hayakawa Naomi blushed and screamed. "Oh, is that the Yamada minister who gave you a gift last time?" Hayakawa Dutsu asked. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi didn't say anything. She didn't dare to answer. Hayakawa Dutsu looked at Hayakawa Naomi and understood. She said to her daughter, "It's Yamada minister. Naomi, you have to work hard. Although you have learned how to cook from me, you have only learned 70 points. You have to keep improving," Hayakawa Dutsu said bitterly. Hayakawa Naomi was a good student and she was cute. She had many friends, so she didn't have time to learn how to cook. But after she was called a jinx, she had no one to play with. She had no choice but to learn from her mother. "Yes." Hayakawa Naomi nodded when she heard her mother's words. After lunch, Hayakawa Naomi filled the lunchbox and returned to her room with a smile on her face. She fell on her bed. She was happy every day, and life became more interesting. She looked forward to seeing her classmates and Yamada minister tomorrow. Moreover, she had friends again. Hayakawa Naomi covered her face and tried to cool it down. Is this what it feels like to miss someone? Just the thought of going to the club and talking with them filled her with anticipation. It was getting late. She fell asleep under the thin quilt and thought to herself, my first formal cooking was done with my mother's help. Is this cheating? She felt a little guilty. No, I will finish it sooner or later. This is not cheating. Hayakawa Naomi was relieved. She was busy during the day and cooked at night. Soon, she fell asleep. Gradually, Hayakawa Naomi felt like she was sinking into the sea. It was strange, but she was not afraid at all. She swam happily in the water. After some time, she seemed to hear a voice. Someone was calling, Naomi, Naomi. Who is calling me? Chapter 7:16. The dream did not seem to affect Hayakawa Naomi, and she forgot what she did in the dream. But when she woke up in the morning, Hayakawa Naomi felt a slight headache. She did not know why. Of course, Hayakawa Naomi did not take it to heart. She got up and rubbed her face with her small hand. Then, she ran to the bathroom. She was in a good mood today. Yesterday, her mother, Hayakawa Taduko, taught her how to make tamagoyaki. While brushing her teeth, Hayakawa Naomi thought to herself, when I have mastered tamagoyaki, I must make it for the director. He will be shocked. Hayakawa Naomi could not help but smile as she thought about it. Hayakawa Taduko was very busy in the morning. Most Japanese men would have lunch at the company and go home at 9 to 11 p.m. Only in the morning was the family gathering time. Housewives had to wake up at 5 a.m. to prepare breakfast for the family. When she saw her daughter walking by, she felt something was wrong. She looked up and thought for a while. Hayakawa, have you put on makeup? No, I haven't washed my face yet. Hayakawa Naomi had classes for the whole day, so she did not stay at home. She packed up her things, drank a bottle of milk, and ate some toast. Then, she was ready to go to school. But when she was at school, Hayakawa Naomi asked her mother, Mom, can you make more food tonight? I want to learn more. After saying that, Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head. Hayakawa Taduko was happy to hear her daughter's words. She praised her daughter. Oh, you are indeed my Naomi. Do your best. Mom will make you rice balls tonight. Although the rice balls are simple, there are many varieties, and they are easy to carry around. You can also put fillings in them. I will teach you seriously. Hayakawa Tadako looked at her daughter's shy expression and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. In Japan, most families do not forbid their children from dating. This is because this is the time when they first learn to love, and they think that it is beneficial for their children's growth. At this time, if there are no special circumstances, the family will not stop them from dating. According to the law, a girl can get married at the age of 16. Hayakawa Tazuko was confused as she watched Naomi Hayakawa leave. Why do I feel that Naomi looks prettier today? After class at noon, Hayakawa Naomi took the huge lunchbox to the club's activity room. She had received an email in the morning, informing her that the club was recruiting new members. At this time, the president was also in the activity room. Naomi Hayakawa jogged all the way through a corridor. She heard people talking from time to time. At first, she didn't care, but after the news was repeated a few times, Naomi Hayakawa started to pay attention. She took a closer look and realized that she recognized him. It was Yu Jiang from the next class. Because there were often activities held by several classes, Naomi Hayakawa got to know some of her classmates, and Yujiang Watani was one of them, although she wasn't very familiar with him. Yujiang Wagu was very short, only about 1.2 meters. He had a ponytail and was wearing a red dress. He said enviously, "Have you heard? An 8-year-old transferred to this junior high school. Her name is Kawako Ishidu." Although Yujiang Wagu was short, he had a special characteristic, which was that he loved to gossip. He had a wide circle of friends, and could always get the latest news in the school. Every time there was something new in the school, the students in the next class would hear the latest news from Yu-jiang-hua-gu. Therefore, Yu-jiang-hua-gu had some fame among the students. Across from him was Kashiko Tsuchi, a good friend of Yu-jiang-hua-gu. How is that possible? Will the school agree? Kashiko Tsuchi widened her round eyes and asked incredulously. Sigh, I heard that a certain school director made a deal with it. Yu-jiang-hua-gu said with envy. I really envy those kids who are born into rich and powerful families. Hayakawa Naomi Hayakawa heard this and realized that they were talking about a transfer student. Hearing this, she lost interest and quickly went to the club's activity room. When Hayakawa Naomi reached the activity room, she saw a few people busily working in the classroom next door. From the looks of their uniforms, they were not students, but staff members. They were doing some simple cleaning and renovations. Looking at the messy classroom next door, Hayakawa Naomi was puzzled. What was going on next door? What were they doing? At this point, a familiar voice rang out. It was the head of the club. Pei Ziyun was in the club's activity room, talking to a young girl dressed in black and white. Kawako, you have to know that your body is your foundation. Now, I'm going to teach you to improve your physique. It will make your body stronger and your movements more agile. When you practice your sword skills, you will get twice the results with half the effort. Pei Ziyun's face was serious. When he saw Hayakawa Naomi enter, he said, All right, Kawako, take a break. Today's training will end here. Hi, Oniai-chan. Kawako stopped what she was doing. She was sweating profusely, and even her hair was drenched. She looked extremely disheveled. What's this? Hayakawa Naomi asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing much. It's just that the club has expanded, so I opened up 2 classrooms. You're looking at the people I hired. They're currently working on these things. Pei Ziyun said as he pointed at Kawako. This is Kawako Ishidu, our new member. Pei Ziyun turned around and spoke to Kawako solemnly. Kawako, it's not easy to choose this path. Not only is it tough, you might even get hurt. You might even give up. It's all right. No, my father is a samurai and Oniai-chan is a samurai. Kawako wants to be a samurai as well. Not only must I protect my mother, I must protect Oniai-chan as well. Although Kawako looked exhausted, she clenched her fists and swore to Pei Ziyun. If that's the case, you should continue working hard. Pei Ziyun looked at Kawako's determined face and fell silent. If that's the case, use the medicine I gave you when you get home. He then turned to Hayakawa Naomi and said, Thank you for your hard work. Hayakawa Naomi listened to Pei Ziyun's words and suddenly thought of Kawako Ishidu. Wasn't he the transfer student she had heard about? Was he the same person? Wasn't he too young? However, when Hayakawa Naomi felt the weight of the lunchbox in her hands, she forgot all about it. She couldn't wait to share the delicacies she had brought with her president. She opened the lunchbox and looked at Pei Ziyun expectantly. I've brought tempura and sushi. President, would you like to try them? Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony. Pei Ziyun carefully picked up a box with his chopsticks and took a bite. He could not help but exclaim, it's really not bad. The powder is very thin, and it's not greasy at all. Pei Ziyun could not help but eat another box and asked, Is the fish inside fried? Yes, I know that Yamada-kun does not like raw fish, so I fried it. Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head as she spoke. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was enjoying his meal, she felt a sense of joy in her heart. However, she still felt a little guilty. This was because the bulk of the bento was due to her mother's hard work. All she did was help her mother with the chores. Seeing Pei Ziyun's satisfied expression, Hayakawa Naomi cheered herself on. She thought to herself, Naomi, you must work hard. Work hard and you will be able to make your own bento. Very good, not bad at all. Pei Zi-yun did not understand her feelings and continued, I never thought that you would have such skills, Naomi. In the future, bring some for Kawako as well. I'll pay you 2,000 yuan a day. What do you think? Hayakawa Naomi nodded her head and replied, Yes, no problem. Hayakawa Naomi suddenly thought, what's the relationship between Kawako and the president? At this point, Rokuyama Yukita brought 3 men over and shouted at Pei Zi-yun, Haha! Director, these 3 are the newcomers who are willing to join us. Also, Hayakawa, your makeup has improved. You look much prettier now. Hearing this, Pei Zi-yun nodded his head. In the beginning, he found it strange, but now he understood. In Japanese society, one's image was like a calling card. Hence, regardless of gender, everyone had to manage their image well. It was fine for males, but for females it was especially serious. In primary school, it was too exaggerated. However, in middle school, one had to learn to put on light makeup. If one did not put on makeup often, they might even be ostracized by the other female students. Pei Zi-yun had heard of this rumor in the higher education department. There was a senior Teramoto who had a pimple on her face. She did not put on any makeup, and only wore a face mask when she went to school. The moment she took off her face mask, the 2 female students who she spent most of her time with looked at her in shock. They had a dazed expression on their faces. In the afternoon, rumors started to spread that Senior Teramoto had been heartbroken and wanted to commit suicide. What kind of madness is this? Note 2. Hayakawa Naomi was secretly overjoyed. She touched her face and asked, Really? Pei Zi-yun looked at the newcomers. They were Akari Tomoyuki, Mutoki Masaichi. Akari Tomoyuki was a first-year student. However, due to personal reasons, he had arrived at school late. At that time, the better clubs had already run out of slots. Mutoki Tomoyuki was a man of character. He didn't want to waste his time in clubs that he didn't like. Hence, he resisted the urge to join the club. Just a while ago, Murata Saikairo was distributing flyers for the Domination of the Nation Club. When they saw it, they felt that it was a good club. Hence, they decided to join. A few days ago, they looked for Yuta Rokuyama to sign up. Masaichi was a good friend of Murata Saikairo. He had initially considered joining a foreign language club. However, there was disharmony within the club, and they often suppressed newcomers. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction within the club. Hence, Masaichi decided to leave the club before he could officially join. In the past few days, Murata Saikairo had heard the news and had been telling him about the benefits of joining the Domination of the Nation Club. Pei Zi-yun couldn't help but feel tempted. The 3 people who were brought here by Yuta Rokuyama bowed to Pei Zi-yun the moment they saw him and said, Nice to meet you, department head. It's our first time meeting, please take care of me. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head in return. At this point, someone brought over protective gear and a bamboo sword. Yuta Rokuyama asked, What's this for? It's a new activity room that the school has given us. Although our main purpose is to travel around the country, we still need to be in good health. Hence, I've decided that this room will be the reference room. The activity room next door will be for you to train your bodies. After all, your health is the most important thing. So that's how it is. Yuta Rokuyama and the 3 newcomers were relieved. Also, after 2 more weekends of activities, it will be June. The exams for the semester are not far away. Hence, I've decided to hold the first gathering in the middle of June. I hope that all of you will arrive on time. Hi, understood. This was a welfare for them. The 3 newcomers hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. Note 1. Although there is such a custom, according to a Japanese survey, 39% of Japanese females between the ages of 14 to 34 are virgins. Note 2. Actually, in Japan, makeup is not allowed in school. Chapter 717. Hayakawa Naomi was overjoyed. Following her rapid improvement, Pei Yun was full of praises for her food. Even though she had 2 boring math and geography classes in the afternoon, Naomi was still very happy. Moreover, there was going to be a gathering tonight. This was the first official gathering of the Dominating the Nation Society, and she was looking forward to it. After class, Hayakawa Naomi took out her mobile phone from her pocket and called her mother, Hayakawa Tochiko. She explained the situation to her mother, and told her that the club was having a gathering and that she might be home late. She then rushed to her destination. The gathering was on the 2nd floor of Sanjoya, which was not far from the school. It was only a few hundred meters away. Since there was a discount for students, many gatherings and activities were held here. Hayakawa Naomi was very familiar with this place. It was already the 11th of June. Hayakawa Naomi walked for about 10 minutes before reaching Sanjoya. When she entered, she heard Yuta Yukina's unique voice greeting her. Hayakawa-san, why are you only here now? We've been waiting for you for a long time. We're just waiting for you and the president. Yuta Yukina drank his tea and shouted at Hayakawa Naomi. Hearing this, Hayakawa Naomi was a little embarrassed. She bowed and said, I'm sorry. I have classes in the afternoon and am late. Please forgive me. Murata Saikairo's eyes were filled with awe as he scratched his head and laughed. Haha, you don't have to apologize, Hayakawa-san. You're not late. Hayakawa Naomi looked at the people at the table and realized that there were quite a number of them. Including herself, there were a total of 9 people. Almost all the members of the society were present. The only ones who were not present were the president and Kawako. Sanjoya was a well-known mid-range restaurant near the school. It was neither expensive nor cheap, but the food was very affordable. Hence, it was very popular among the students of Milan Private High School. Moreover, there were private rooms in Sanjo House. When people came here to eat, if they wanted a bit more private space, they could book a private room. The price of the private rooms here was not expensive, just a little more money, so it was very popular. This was the first gathering of the Domination Society, and they had booked a private room. There was a big table in the private room that could fit more than a dozen people. Only 9 people had arrived, and there were still a few empty seats. So, Hayakawa Naomi found an empty seat and sat down. Due to the absence of Pei Yun, the members of the club were chatting amongst themselves. Hayakawa Naomi sat down and tore off her wet towel. But as soon as she sat down, she heard a whisper. She saw Yuta Haruyama whispering to Murata Saikairo, "Hey, Ichiro, don't you think that Hayakawa is getting more and more beautiful?" After saying that, he glanced at Hayakawa Naomi. "Yeah, she looks like a different person." Murata Saikairo glanced at Hayakawa Naomi and nodded. "I even went to ask my mom about this. She said that girls change really quickly in middle school, but isn't that a little too fast?" Yuta Toniyama took another peek and said in disbelief. Although Yuta Toniyama and Murata Junichiro's voices were soft, Hayakawa Naomi could hear them clearly, as though they were speaking right beside her ear. Hearing these words, Hayakawa Naomi blushed. She wiped her face and took out a small mirror from her bag. She opened it up and realized that she had indeed changed quite a bit. "Indeed, I seem to have changed. Is it because of my dreams?" Hayakawa Naomi asked herself as she looked at her own face. During this period of time, Hayakawa Naomi was living a blissful life. She was only troubled by small matters. Every night, she would hear someone whispering to her in her dreams. She did not know what they were saying, but when she woke up in the morning, she could not remember anything. All she could remember was a slight headache. Because of this, Hayakawa Naomi and her mother had gone to the hospital for a checkup. However, they did not find anything wrong with her. At this point, Pei Yun walked in. When Pei Yun walked in, everyone at the table stood up and bowed to him. "Leader, you're here." Pei Yun looked around the room and his gaze landed on Hayakawa Naomi. Hayakawa Naomi had changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. Her waist-length hair hung down lazily, and her eyes gradually lit up. She might not know it, but her frown and smile made her heart skip a beat. Furthermore, her beauty was growing. Was this the awakening of her mermaid bloodline? Pei Ziyun shook his head and suppressed his excitement. Seeing that all the seats were taken, he said, "Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Please take a seat. You can't drink alcohol, but you can order something else." In Japan, alcohol regulations were very strict. Since a long time ago, there had been a prohibition of underage alcohol act. Anyone who was under the age of 20 was not allowed to drink alcohol. Shops and eateries that sold alcohol to underage people could be fined up to 500,000 yen. It could be said that Japan was one of the strictest countries in the world when it came to the prohibition of underage alcohol. Apart from the laws, they had also put in a lot of effort to spread the word. Regardless of whether it was government departments, organizations, or schools, they were all trying to spread the word about the dangers of underage alcohol. In terms of punishment, if a student was found to have drunk alcohol, he would be suspended or even expelled from school. There were vending machines on the streets of Japan, but it was not easy to buy beer or other alcoholic beverages. It was the same in shops as well. Shops were often afraid of being punished for selling alcohol to underage people. If their license was revoked because of this, they would feel that it was not worth it. Because of this, Pei Ziyun did not order any alcohol. He only ordered milk tea and some dishes. The people around him looked at each other and chose the same black tea and milk tea as Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but sigh. This was one of the things that Japanese people didn't feel right about. If they were to gather for a meal, even if they didn't have a superior, if one of them ordered a type of wine or drink, everyone else would have to order the same. If they didn't, it would mean that they didn't understand the atmosphere and would be ostracized by the entire group. However, the black tea and milk tea were made from milk from Hokkaido. Tasted pretty good and he liked it very much. Since everyone ordered the same type of food, it was fine. Very quickly, a waiter brought the milk tea and dishes to the table. Then, "Let's have a drink." Pei Ziyun raised his cup and stood up. When they saw Pei Ziyun stand up, the other members all stood up as well. They gulped down their cups of wine. When Pei Ziyun finished his cup, Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako, who were sitting beside him, reached for the milk tea. However, Kawako's hands were too short. Before she could reach for it, Hayakawa Naomi had already picked it up and poured another cup for Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across everyone at the table. He realized that everyone was not pouring their own cup, but others. This was a common practice in Japan. Don't fill your own glass, someone else will do it for you. Your job is not to fill your own glass, but to fill the glass of the person sitting next to you. It is said that this is good for unity and promotes teamwork. That's why it's so perverted in certain aspects. Of course, a leader can choose not to refill a cup for his subordinate. Pei Ziyun could only ignore this group of idiots and said, "Everyone, listen up. What I am going to say next is very important. On the 18th of next month, our school term will end. The first holiday tour will begin soon. Hence, within these 30 days, please decide on our first holiday destination, as well as our itinerary. Also, be prepared for the trip. If you are unable to join us, please inform us in advance." Pei Ziyun looked around at everyone at the table and said loudly, Hey, Minister, no problem." Sitting opposite Pei Ziyun, Yutaka was the first to speak. He placed his cup of milk tea on the table and said loudly. Because it was a gathering today, Yutaka was dressed more formally than usual. However, Pei Ziyun looked at Yutaka patting his chest with both hands. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like a small gorilla patting his own chest. At this point, Hayakawa Naomi raised her hand as well. Her face was red as she said softly, "Yes, Minister, I have no problem with it. I can join." At the same time, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Pei Ziyun looked at this scene and continued, If that's the case, everyone, please enjoy your meal. Regarding our first holiday destination, as well as our itinerary, if anyone has any suggestions, we can discuss them now. Hearing this, everyone sat down to discuss this topic. Seeing that everyone had sat down to discuss, Pei Zi-yun heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, he heard someone knocking on the door and said, "Yamada-kun, may I come in?" Pei Zi-yun was currently at the second level of Sanjoya. Most of the rooms were private rooms. Once the dishes were served, the doors to the private rooms would be closed. Usually, no one would disturb them. The voice was steady and powerful, and it was slightly familiar. It was obviously a grown man's voice. Pei Zi-yun furrowed his brows and put down the cup in his hand. He jumped up from his chair and walked to the door, opening it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was Tomoshi Oka. Tomoshi Oka was wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. His hair was combed straight up and he wore a dark blue suit. He wasn't alone today. There was a middle-aged man who was wiping his sweat. Tomoshi Oka bowed at the door and said, "Yamada-kun, sorry to disturb you. If you don't mind, why don't we go up to the third floor to talk?" As Tomoshi Oka spoke to Pei Zi-yun, his gaze swept across Hayakawa Naomi, who was sitting beside Pei Zi-yun. He was startled for a moment before looking away. However, Tomoshi Oka's heart was slightly shaken. Hayakawa Naomi, of course, knew who she was. This was because this girl was the core of Hanyuan Yukio's Mermaid Blood project. Tomoshi Oka was Hanyuan Yukio's confidant and knew her very well. Not too long ago, the battle at Rimi Dojo was also caused by her. Tomoshi Oka remembered that she wasn't as beautiful as she was now. Could it be that her mermaid blood had awakened? The middle-aged man behind Tomoka Oka also saw Hayakawa Naomi when Tomoka Oka bent down. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide in amazement. He couldn't look away. Chapter 7:18. Hearing Tomoshi Oka's words, Pei Zi-yun thought about it and stood up. He said to the people at the table, "You guys continue eating. I'll go over and see what's going on." At this moment, Quasi immediately swallowed the food in her mouth and wiped her mouth with her small hand. Because she was small and agile, she jumped over and tugged at Pei Zi-yun's sleeve. She said coquettishly to Pei Zi-yun, "Anasan, I want to go too." Quasi was wearing a very cute snow-white casual dress. Her hair was combed into a bun. When she pouted and stared at him, it was hard to reject her. Pei Zi-yun looked at Quasi and could not bear to chase her away. He nodded and said, "All right." Following Tomoshi Oka a few steps, Pei Zi-yun and Quasi arrived at the private room on the third floor. After entering the private room, Pei Zi-yun and Kawako sat down. Tomoshi then took out a contract and bowed before placing it on the table. He then pushed it towards Pei Zi-yun and said, "Yamada-kun, thank you for your help the last time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, I beg you." Looking at the contract in his hands, Pei Zi-yun raised his eyebrows. He picked it up and looked at it, then pushed it back. He said to Tomoshi Oka, "This is a small matter. You're giving me too much." Quasi, who was beside Pei Zi-yun, looked at it curiously and recognized it as a contract. She did not speak. Although Quasi was only a young girl, she had grown up in such an environment and was not harmed in the slightest. Although she had her mother's protection, Quasi's own hard work showed that she was very intelligent. Therefore, even though she recognized it as a contract, Quasi knew when to speak and when not to speak. The middle-aged man beside Tomoshi Oka also looked at the contract and recognized that it was 1% of the shares of the Japanese Keiko Corporation. He could not help but turn pale with fright. Keiji Nishibo knew of this company. Although the name sounded a little hard to pronounce, this company was not simple. Although it was not big, it was a company that mainly operated in the medical field and was mainly responsible for developing some of the latest medical equipment. The total value was at least 3 billion yen. Although this contract did not seem to be much, only 1% of the shares, it was actually worth 30 million yen. Most importantly, Japan's Keiko Company, Limited was developing very fast, and the company's shares were rare. They were rarely circulated in the market and could not be bought. Seeing this, Keiji of Nishibe Mansion immediately adjusted his mentality. Originally, he followed Tomoshi Oka to look for a middle school student. Although he did not say anything, he did not think much of it. He felt that this middle school student could not solve the problem. After all, even if Oka Tomoshi could contact the samurai who dealt with the monsters, the legendary samurai couldn't possibly be such a young child. However, for the sake of Tomoshi Oka and his daughter, Keiji of the Nishibe Mansion still came with a tiny bit of hope. Now that he saw this scene, since Tomoshi Oka had given the high-value shares to the high school student in front of him, it meant that Tomoshi Oka was not fooling him. The junior high school student in front of him might really be a legendary samurai, and he might really have the ability to solve his problem. Thinking of this, Keiji Nishibe's heart was ignited with hope. At this point, Oka Tomoshi lowered his head and spoke to Pei Ziyun. Yamada-kun, don't tell me you think that your rescue is not worth this much? Please accept it. If I don't accept it, I'll be too ashamed. Seeing Oka Tomoshi's sincerity, Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll accept your gift. But you didn't come here today for this, right? Pei Ziyun stared at Oka Tomoshi. Yes, this is Nishibe Mansion, the president of the Media Company in Japan. Oka Tomoshi extended his hand and introduced Keiji Nishibe to Pei Ziyun. Yamada-kun, it's our first time meeting. Please take care of me. Keiji Nishibe Mansion bowed to Pei Ziyun and said in a sincere tone, If I was rude just now, please forgive me. For a moment, Keiji Nishibe Mansion almost thought that Oka Tomoshi was acting. However, after carefully observing Oka Tomoshi's expression, he immediately dispelled that thought. Oka Tomoshi's status could not be acting. At this moment, Keiji Nishibe Mansion recalled Oka Tomoshi's words. When he came, Oka Tomoshi had told him that he had to be frank with the person he met this time. Otherwise, he would not be responsible for the unexpected consequences. At that time, Keiji Nishibe Mansion did not take it to heart. After all, he knew that the person he was meeting this time was a junior high school student. However, after experiencing the scene just now, he had no choice but to be more cautious. Thus, Keiji Nishibe Mansion bowed deeply and said sincerely to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, I'm here to ask for your help. My niece is sick. This is the information. After saying that, Keiji Nishibe Mansion took out a document and a check from his black briefcase. This document was written with information about his daughter, and this check was a check for 10 million yen. Keiji Nishibe Mansion handed them over. Pei Ziyun took it, scanned it, and frowned. I'm still a student, not a professional samurai. I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Please, Yamada-kun, my niece is only 16 years old. Keiji Nishibe Mansion saw Pei Ziyun's cold expression and was about to leave. He gritted his teeth and said, If you don't think the money is enough, I can add more. I heard that your club wants to travel. If you go to Hokkaido, we will pay for all the expenses. Oka Tomoshi also said to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, Media Company's superior is Huitong Media Company. This will be useful to you. Japan's Huitong Media Company controlled one of the 7 mainstream media companies in Japan. It could be said that it was powerful, had a deep foundation, and had a great influence. These words moved Pei Ziyun a little. However, Pei Ziyun thought about it, stood up, and said, Let me think about it. Keiji Nishibe Mansion was very disappointed, but he still said politely, Then I'll have to trouble you. Oka Tomoshi stood up and sent Pei Ziyun off. In the corridor, Pei Ziyun asked, Yamada-kun, who is this person? Yamada-kun, although Keiji Nishibe Mansion is only the president of Media Company, his background is not simple. He is a member of the Banto family. I'm not too sure about the Banto Financial Group. The Banto Financial Group can't be considered a top financial group, but it is one of the giants. Currently, it is formed by 29 companies, including Huitong Media. It has a great influence in Japan's financial and media industry. However, the Banto Financial Group is a little unstable now. The head of the family is in the terminal stage of cancer, and his 3 children are fighting for power. As he spoke, Pei Ziyun paused and walked down the stairs. Halfway down the stairs, he stopped in his tracks. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a waiter holding a plate of fruit. He then asked, "Big Gang, did you send a bodyguard?" "No, Yamada-kun, what's wrong?" Before he finished speaking, he saw that the waiter had reached the entrance of the private room. Then, Oka Tomoshi revealed a look of disbelief. The waiter saw a short knife slide out of his right sleeve. It was shaped like a chisel, and the blade was flat. It was not more than a foot long and could be hidden in his sleeve. As soon as the knife appeared, the waiter rushed into the private room. The middle-aged man inside seemed to be very sensitive. He felt a gust of wind rushing towards him and instinctively dodged. However, the waiter had already raised his hand to stab the middle-aged man. In an instant, the lights in the room reflected sparks. When the sparks were at their brightest, Oka Tomoshi saw the knife stabbing towards the middle-aged man without any resistance. It was as if the waiter had predicted that the middle-aged man would dodge. He only heard a "pu" sound as the knife stabbed into the middle-aged man's abdomen. The middle-aged man opened his mouth to scream in pain. The waiter seemed to be prepared as well. He stuffed a towel into the man's abdomen before pulling out the knife and stabbing it again. In an instant, he stabbed 3 times. Then, the waiter pulled out the knife and leaped into the air, arriving at the entrance of the private room. Following that, a plate flew out. It was fast and ruthless, as if it could cut off half of the man's head. This was Pei Ziyun's attack. Being attacked so suddenly, the waiter fell to the ground. The plate brushed past his clothes and hit the wall with a loud shattering sound. Following that, the waiter dashed downstairs. Tomoshi Oka was dumbfounded, but it only lasted for 3 seconds before he came to his senses. He hurriedly turned around and entered the private room. With just a glance, he flipped his hand and said, "Quick, call an ambulance." "Wait." Pei Ziyun stopped him. Oka Tomoshi was startled and turned to look. The private room was silent. He saw that Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture was not dead yet. His eyes were filled with remorse and fear. His face was pale, and his muscles were twitching. Although he was stuffed with a towel, his mouth was moving desperately, as if he wanted to call for help. Blood kept flowing. "Don't look at him just because he's alive now. I've seen the 3 stabs. All of them are vital points. He can't live. Okaji-kun, if you touch him, he'll die even faster." However, Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture did not seem to agree with this point of view. He struggled desperately to call for help. He looked at Pei Ziyun with hatred and hatred. "Okaji-kun, instead of alerting the police now, you should think of a solution now." As he said that, Pei Ziyun wanted to leave. "Yamada-kun, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I've gotten myself into such a big trouble." Oka Tomoshi smiled bitterly. It had only been a few seconds, but Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture's struggles had weakened. His body was twitching, and it looked like he was going to die. "Actually, it's easy to talk to the other people in the Sakato family. This situation has nothing to do with us. We also have some status, so we won't become scapegoats. But the one who died was Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture, the husband of Sakato Sakato. Sakato Sakato's personality isn't very good. Although this matter has nothing to do with us, it will be very troublesome for him to die beside us." Oka Tomoshi looked at Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture taking his last breath and felt a sense of powerlessness. He sat down dejectedly and muttered, "This is a crazy woman. I heard that she's a little crazy." "Crazy woman?" Pei Ziyun was stunned. Yes, it said that she was mentally unstable for a period of time and was locked up in a sanatorium. She was only released later. The specifics may be related to the internal affairs of the family. Oka Tomoshi's voice was a little dry. But the power in her hands is not small. How about this, you take your friend and leave immediately. Leave this place to me. I can't ask for your help and drag you into this mess. Pei Ziyun listened carefully and realized that he was speaking the truth. His expression turned slightly better. He nodded and bowed. Then I'll take my leave. Chapter 719. The Sanjo house was surrounded by police cars with sirens blaring from time to time. A large number of people had gathered. The people were also pointing at the Sanjo house and expressing their own speculations about the matter from time to time. Ah, I heard that there was a murder here. It's terrible, a woman said loudly. Well, I don't know who died. Was there a fight? A white-haired old man in his 60s or 70s said, Young people nowadays. Sigh, what a pity. I'm afraid the business of this Sanjo house will be affected in the future. A white-collar worker said. She was a regular customer of the Sanjo house. Because she didn't have time to cook at home, she often came to this restaurant to solve the problem of eating. Now seeing this situation, she felt sorry. Yes, this restaurant is actually really good. Another person also nodded regretfully. At this time, the door opened. Keiji's body was placed on a stretcher and was carried to the car by the police. One of the young policemen who helped was a little curious and asked the senior in a low voice, This body, should we carry it back to the police station? He was a police officer who had just passed the exam and was completely new. This was his first time officially participating in the work, so he was a little unclear about these procedures. The senior policeman who helped looked at it and whispered, According to the procedures, it is indeed like this. But the identity of this person is not simple. He is from the Banto Consortium. How can the body be directly transported back to our police station? The old policeman whispered to the new colleague. Because he had dealt with the police for many years, he had his own information channels. He had already learned from a related person that the Banto family had used their connections to request the body to be transported back to the family after the autopsy. Tokyo, Banto family. This was not the main family. The main family was in Hokkaido, but 200 years ago, it was accepted by the shogunate as a banner, and it was a small general salary of 800 stones. At that time, it had a house with a courtyard in the expensive land of Edo. After the democratic society, due to the expansion of wealth, it also bought nearby land to expand. It was very magnificent, but in fact, it was the actual presiding center. At this time, the house was solemn. The Banto family had already received the news that Keiji's body was being transported back. They had made the corresponding preparations in advance, set up a mourning hall, and received the body. The elder brother, Katsuaki Banto, led the body to the mourning hall, and asked the monk to take a bunch of incense and silently handed it to Tomoshi Oka. The current head of the Sakato Financial Group was Sakato Kuroshi, who had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son was Sakata Katsuaki, who was currently in charge of the reception. The second son was Sakata Masaharu, the third son was Sakata Musashi, and the last daughter was Sakata Sasako. Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture was Sakako's husband. Tomoshi Oka bowed respectfully a few times and offered incense. After offering the incense, Sakato Katsuaki took a few steps out of the mourning hall. His face turned cold as he asked Tomoshi Oka stiffly, "What's going on?" Japan is a country that attaches great importance to funeral etiquette. Since there is a mourning hall here, no one will be rude here, which will cause a lot of resentment. Even if Sakato Katsuaki wanted to ask, he would have to wait until after the incense was lit. In this generation of the Sakato family, Sakato Katsuaki was the closest sibling to Sakato Sakato. They were closer than other siblings since young. Keiji of Nishide Prefecture was the husband of his sister Sakako. Although Sakako Katsuaki was not satisfied with Keiji of Nishide Prefecture's ability, because Keiji of Nishide Prefecture was very good to his sister, Sakako Katsuaki was still grateful to Keiji of Nishide Prefecture. Now that Sakako Katsuaki suddenly heard the news of Keiji's death, his heart was filled with anger. "I'm really sorry." Tomoshi Oka led them out, and when they reached the corridor, he bowed deeply and slowly recounted the entire process of Keiji of Nishibe Prefecture's assassination. After listening to Tomoshi Oka's story, Sakako Katsuaki's expression was indiscernible, but his face was dark. After a long time, he said to Tomoshi Oka, "I understand the situation. Logically speaking, this has nothing to do with you, and you have no motive. It's just that my father, Sakato Kuroshi, originally had cancer, and when he heard the news, he was hospitalized again." Sakako Katsuaki's face revealed a worried expression. "Right now we are mainly busy treating my father's illness, so we have no time to be distracted. So, I would like to ask you to investigate what exactly is going on. What do you think?" As he said this, Sakako Katsuaki's eyes were fixed on Tomoshi Oka. These words were very polite, but feeling the gaze, Tomoshi Oka still smiled bitterly and said, "That's not appropriate, right?" Tomoshi Oka had seen this kind of rotten business in the Heng Yuan family many times. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so he really didn't want to step into it again. "That's very appropriate." At this time, a sudden voice sounded. It was Sakato coming over. Sakato was wearing a black dress, and even the accessories were pure black. Her eyes were a little red and swollen, and it was obvious that she had been crying. In Japan, white was used for weddings and black was used for funerals. On the streets, one could determine whether a Japanese man was attending a wedding or a funeral just by looking at his attire. This was because only for funerals, even the accessories would be pure black. The only difference between a wedding and a funeral was that a white tie was worn for a wedding, while a black tie was worn for a funeral. Children would wear pure black dresses for funerals, and they could also wear pure black dresses for weddings, but they had to wear some white accessories. A pure black dress with a snow-white flower was not out of the question. Not only the people attending the wedding, but in traditional Japanese weddings, the bride's dress was also pure white, meaning pure white without dirt. The beauty of a Japanese bride was reflected in her snow-white and pure figure, which made people feel the simplicity of life. At this time, Sakato's slightly hoarse voice made Tomoshi Oka's heart skip a beat. Sakato Sasako walked to Oka Tomoshi and Sakato Katsumi's side, bowed slightly, and said to her brother Sakato Katsumi, "Brother, let me handle the rest. Why don't you go take a look at father's condition?" Sakato Katsuaki looked at his sister's haggard expression, nodded, and did not say anything. He only put his hand on his sister's shoulder to comfort her, and then turned to leave without looking at Tomoshi Oka. Sakato's face was pale. After her brother Sakato Katsuaki left, she did not enter the morning hall to burn incense for her husband Nishibetsu. Instead, she just stood outside and muttered, "Nishibetsu, I didn't expect you to be ahead of me. In the past, when I was sick and had a bad temper, I often used you as a punching bag, but you never complained. Even when I broke the ink stone that your beloved grandfather gave you, you didn't say anything. You just quietly glued the ink stone back together. Although you don't have any skills, I know that you really treat me well. When my illness slowly got better, I realized that I couldn't leave you. I thought that maybe I really fell in love with you. Just yesterday, I knitted a towel for you. Didn't you say that you liked hand-knitted towels the most? That's why I learned this in secret, just to give you a surprise. But I never thought that yesterday's embrace would be the last time we saw each other." Sakato's eyes were filled with tears as she turned to Tomoshi Oka, but her tone was cold. "Now, do you know how I feel? Looking at Sakato's pale face, Tomoshi Oka felt more and more uneasy. He couldn't say anything, so he could only bow deeply. Brother is right, this has nothing to do with you. Sakato muttered softly, as if she was talking to herself. But I'm a woman, I don't understand politics, I'm unreasonable, I only know that my husband is dead. Sakato said loudly, her voice gradually becoming sharper. Now I'll give you a chance. Don't you want the Oka family to have a firm foothold in Tokyo? If you find the real culprit, I'll reward you handsomely. I guarantee that your Oka family will have a firm foothold in Tokyo's upper class. Since Keiji is dead, why should I keep the money? Sakato's voice became sharper. But if you can't find the real culprit, you and Yamada Shinichi will be buried together. My husband is dead, how can I not be buried with him? Sakato's eyes were cold as she stared at Tomoshi Oka. Yamada Shinichi is a samurai, a member of the Managawa Shrine, and I am. Tomoshi Oka listened to Sakato's words and hurriedly tried to explain. Sakato was a person who dared to do what she said. There was an example of this before. It was said that when Sakato had a relapse, she wanted a woman to die. That woman only offended her, but she had already given her money as compensation. Moreover, she was the daughter of a big family. However, Sakato didn't care at that time and insisted on the woman's death. He didn't know what happened after that, but Tomoshi Oka knew the final outcome of this matter from some of the Hung Yuan family's files. That woman really died, even though the price she paid was to be locked up in a psychiatric hospital for 3 years. Tomoshi Oka didn't doubt the authenticity of Sakato's words. Moreover, if he was still a member of the Hung Yuan family, even if Sakato was the daughter of the Sakato Financial Group's head, she would still have some scruples. But now that the Hung Yuan family was severely weakened and became independent, this was a trap that he dug himself into. Although he actually had a lot of power, if Sakato really went crazy and disregarded everything, he could do a lot of things. After a short explanation, Sakato was already impatient, and her face gradually became fierce. So what if it's the Managawa Shrine? So what if it's the Hung Yuan family? And are you still a member of the Hung Yuan family? Sakato was already showing signs of madness. She waved her hand and said, "Go, while I'm still sane, hurry up and investigate. If I go crazy, I will bury you all with me." I don't know if she's really crazy or just pretending. Tomoshi Oka's face turned ashen when he heard this. He turned around and left, but his heart was filled with helplessness. Chapter 720. Sakakawa Taro Sushi Restaurant. Nagano Narumi spoke to the waiter at the door and walked in. She immediately saw Pei Ziyun playing with his phone. This Sakakawa Taro Sushi Restaurant wasn't big and had a total of 30 seats. Nagano Narumi took large strides towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun raised his head and said to Nagano Narumi, "Order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat today." Nagano Narumi said hi and sat down. She turned her head and looked around. She discovered that the style of this sushi restaurant was very harmonious. There were wooden tables and chairs and exquisite cutlery. This sushi restaurant isn't big, but it has good requirements for the quality of the ingredient. Every day the dishes will be different. The rice, kelp, and other ingredients can be said to be not sloppy. Pei Ziyun said, "Please have a taste." Revolving sushi was where the chef placed the sushi on a plate and placed it on the conveyor belt. Different grades used different plates. In this restaurant, the plates were all the same. They were plain white without any patterns. 150 plates were placed. 450 plates with red patterns, 850 plates with gold patterns, and 2,000 plates with green patterns. These revolving sushi were placed on the conveyor belt around the restaurant. Customers could eat as they pleased. After the meal, the waiter would settle the bill according to the plate on the customer's table. Nagano Narumi didn't stand on ceremony. She revealed a smile and said, I'm really looking forward to the revolving sushi. I've been wanting to eat it for a long time. After saying that, Nagano Narumi ordered some sushi. She ordered a red patterned plate. It was a caviar, followed by an eel grip. This was a golden patterned plate. Finally, she ordered a green patterned high-grade sashimi. What a blessing! She took a bite and sighed. It's so delicious. Pei Zi-yun asked Nagano Narumi, how's the release of my book? Yamada-kun, you finally asked. Since the beginning of White Rock Academy, this is the first time I've met someone as calm as you. Nagano Narumi's mouth was small. She could only take 2 mouthfuls of each piece. The 450 plates on the red patterned plate were gone. She let out a long sigh and said, I'm a student, I still have to learn. Pei Zi-yun lowered his eyelids, his gaze sweeping across the rolling sushi, focusing on the golden plate. The green plate was filled with high-grade sashimi, and one plate cost 2,000 renminbi. He grabbed it, took a bite, tasted it, and silently nodded. He found that it was indeed not bad. Although it was light, it was not bland. The freshness of the seafood, the moist fat, the sweetness of the rice, and the spiciness of the fresh wasabi mixed together. It was really a pleasure for the taste buds. I'm studying. I can't do anything about it. How are my results? Number 1 in the entire grade. You scored full marks for all non-subjective questions, with a deviation of 75. Pei Zi-yun replied calmly. Deviation equals personal score, average score, divided by standard deviation divided by 10, plus 50, which has nothing to do with the difficulty of the test, nor does it have anything to do with the number of examinees. 50 was the average, 75 was the highest, and 25 was the lowest. When universities enrolled students, they often used the deviation value of the Unified High School Graduate Examination as the only criterion. Of course, there were other factors on the surface. A deviation of 75% meant that he could attend any university he wanted. Of course, the tuition would have to be kept up. He could also attend any university he wanted. He was a reserve player of Eastern University. As soon as these words came out, Nagano Narumi almost choked. She took a sip of her drink before swallowing it down. This is really despairing. She couldn't help but sigh. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself, if I can't get the first place, and can't have a deviation value of 75, then I'll be damned. If I want to become a legend, how can I break free from the shackles if I don't have a study, kendo, travel, and literature? Nagano Narumi glanced at it and remembered the fear of being dominated by results in the past. Even the delicious sushi seemed to have lost its taste. She said dejectedly, Your book, Who is the Second, has sold 40,000 copies. According to this situation, it can sell at least 70,000 copies this year. This contract will be implemented according to the original proportion, 2 million won. I will transfer it to you in the near future. Now he had received a total of 5.8 million won on this book. Including the prize money of 3 million won by Araki, the 2 million given to his mother, and some spending, he still had 6 million in his bank card. This was a huge sum of money for a middle school student. Yamada-kun. Nagano Narumi seemed to have regained her confidence when she talked about sales. She said clearly, Your latest book, Nocturnal Ghost, has also sold 10,000 copies, and received an even better response. But, to be honest, your steps are a little rushed. Nagano Narumi said to Pei Zi-yun regretfully. She felt a little regretful. Who is the Second was a good work. If it was released this year, it would have been the king of newcomers. If it wasn't for Nocturnal Ghost, it might have reached 100,000 copies. What did 100,000 copies mean? It was a standard that only first-rate authors could achieve. Some time ago, Atsushi Miki's Frenzied had sold 120,000 copies a year. Fang Qinglong's Wither, which was also a first-rate author, had only sold 90,000 copies. Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old. If he could reach this standard, it would not only boost Pei Ziyun's reputation, but it would also break the reputation of those who received the Araki Prize will not have a good ending. Speaking of which, it was strange that a large proportion of people who received the Araki Prize would not only not have a meteoric rise, but would also become unknown. Not to mention this, it would also have a huge impact on her Baisher Gakuen publishing house. Not only would Yamada Shinichi's personal profit, but more importantly, the reputation gained from this. The choice of authors and readers was a huge wealth. Even now, because of Pei Ziyun, Nagano Narumi's treatment had improved a lot. Just her salary alone had increased by 30%. For Japanese society, such an increase was almost the limit without a promotion. Moreover, Baisher Gakuen Publishing House had specially prepared a car for her. Although the car was not expensive, it still cost a few 100,000 yuan. This not only gave Nagano Narumi a higher status in her family, but also made her more confident. Now, Pei Ziyun's success was closely tied to White Stone Institute Publishing House. Hence, White Stone Institute Publishing House felt that it was a pity that Pei Ziyun had published 2 books consecutively. Nagano Narumi was one of the few who felt sorry for Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's Nocturnal Ghost was published. Compared to Who is the Second Man? The 2 books had similar styles. However, the higher quality of Nocturnal Ghost naturally attracted more attention from the readers. Under the circumstances where the money in one's pocket was limited, it became a spectacle for one to beat oneself up. Pei Ziyun understood her pity. Indeed, according to common sense, it was most appropriate to publish 1 book a year, because that would maximize the profit. However, what he pursued was never money, but legend. He didn't want to deceive her, so he bowed his head and said seriously, "I've caused trouble for you and the publishing house, but what I want is not just money. Do you think that if I continue to improve like this, when I graduate from junior high and announce my identity, will I be able to get the throne of the Oka Prize?" Hiss! Nagano Narumi understood and suddenly gasped. "Yamada-kun, do you want to shake the whole of Japan? A junior high student getting the Oka Prize, this was going to explode. This is Yamada-kun's magnanimity?" Japanese people liked this, and Nagano Narumi immediately became serious. "Hey, I really admire you, but in this case, just relying on these 2 books is not enough. During this holiday you have to write the 3rd book. I hope the quality can be maintained." "Haha. The 3rd book." Pei Ziyun laughed, picked up the phone from the table, swiped a few times, and sent an email to Nagano Narumi. "I have written the 3rd book." "So fast?" Nagano Narumi was shocked. One had to know that an ordinary writer, based on the speed of writing, could write a few books a year, but the quality could not be guaranteed. This was because a good work required a lot of time and a lot of work, and it was not something that could be completed overnight. There were 2 types of top-notch writers. One type took several years to sharpen their swords, and some even took more than 10 years to sharpen their swords. Their works were all exquisite or even peerless. The other type was famous for their short stories. Usually, they wrote 1 or 2 stories a year, but no more than 3 stories. This was enough to shock others. But now, Pei Ziyun had written 3 books in a year. It was really unbelievable. What was even more exaggerated was that Pei Ziyun's 2 books, Who is the Second Man and Ghosts of the Night, were very good, and their sales were also considerable. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a newcomer, his reputation could not keep up, and his sales would have increased by several times. Just these 2 books alone, Nagano Narumi was already convinced by Pei Ziyun, thinking that he was a literary genius. But the 3rd book was too fast. What would happen? Could it still maintain the previous quality? Nagano Narumi was puzzled. 3 books in a year, and the quality of the books did not decline. This was almost impossible. She immediately took out her phone and opened the email that Pei Ziyun had just sent her. She opened it and glanced at it, and her eyes sank into it. Nagano Narumi had been through hundreds of battles, and it was easy for her to read. Just by looking at a few pages, she could feel the level of the book. This latest novel, as soon as it started, gave her a breathtaking feeling. She was completely immersed in it and enjoyed the great joy of reading. After 10 minutes, Nagano Narumi reluctantly raised her head and used her hands to pinch her face and then her ears. Only when she felt the pain did she know that this was real. She looked at Pei Ziyun with an incredulous expression and said, "This is incredible, Yamada-kun. Your Ghosts of the Night is already a rare masterpiece in recent years, and now this Dreams of the World seems to be faintly above it." Nagano Narumi looked at Pei Ziyun with her round eyes and murmured, "Are you sent by God to write in the world?" During this time, Pei Ziyun had eaten until his stomach was half full. Hearing this, he was about to say something when the phone on the table made a DD sound. It was a phone call. Pei Ziyun picked up the phone in his hand and listened. As he listened, Pei Ziyun's smile froze. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Got it, Okakuen. I'm at Shibuya Street. Let's meet at the bookstore opposite." Chapter 721. Nogi Bookstore. The interior of the bookstore was white in color, giving off a spacious impression. The walls were covered with books, but it didn't feel oppressive at all. Tomoshi Oka entered the bookstore and looked at the bookshelves. The bookshelf in the middle of the bookstore was filled with new books in the fields of art, design, humanities, culture, and other related fields. The books on the left and right bookshelves weren't just arranged by category, but by content. It was very detailed. People who came to this bookstore could easily find the books they wanted. It was worth mentioning that this bookstore also had a special characteristic. Other than new books and special sales books, as long as they determined that the book on the shelf was needed, this bookstore would try its best to find it and place it on the shelf. Hence, the bookstore received many good reviews. Many customers reported that they found the book they wanted in this bookstore even though they couldn't find it for a long time in some old bookstores. Tomoshi Oka didn't spend much time before he saw Pei Ziyun. When he walked up, he heard someone talking. "Among the new Japanese authors, I only read Yamada Shinji's books. From what I see, other than him, there's no one else in this generation who has the potential to become a national author." Munta Imai held on to Pei Ziyun's new book and spoke to his girlfriend, who was holding his hand. Munta Imai was wearing a pair of glasses and a couple's outfit. He was a white-collared worker who worked in Japan's Huha Electronics Company. He was mainly in charge of maintenance and had a decent income. Now that the company was on holiday, Munta Imai purposely strolled around with his girlfriend. Munta Imai and his girlfriend Kumida Tomo had something in common. They both loved to read. It was because they loved to read that they met in the bookstore, got to know each other, and fell in love. Recently, Munta Imai discovered a few good books and recommended them to his girlfriend Kumida Tomo. They were Pei Ziyun's, Who is the Second Man, and Nocturnal Ghost. Especially Nocturnal Ghost, Munta Imai was deeply immersed in it. He felt that this book was his favorite. Who is the Second Man has a lot of meaning. It won my heart, Munta Imai said as he shook the Nocturnal Ghost in his hand. But this book attracts me even more. Even though it's a book that goes against the times, it still holds onto its belief. This kind of life that lives for the sword is really charming. I'm fascinated. That's right, Mr. Yamada. As expected of the winner of the Araki Prize. Kumita Tomo chimed in. Her attitude was sincere, and there was no hint of flattering her boyfriend. I really look forward to seeing someone like that in Nocturnal Ghost. Munota Imai's face was filled with longing as he lightly sighed. Although he was an official employee of Japan's Move Electrical Appliance Company, the pressure he faced was huge. There were some things that he had no choice but to compromise. Sometimes he would even go against his own principles. This was also the reason why Minoda Imai admired and yearned for the main character in Nocturnal Ghost, who persisted in his beliefs. Although Mr. Yamada has only released 2 novels, both of them reflect a unique view of the world and feelings. Not only are his works full of interest, but you can also learn a lot from them. Komita Tomo added, even though Mr. Yamada started his career late, he must be middle-aged by now, right? She guessed. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he laughed but didn't say anything. Tomoshioka, who was standing behind Pei Ziyun, heard their comments and whispered to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. As expected of Yamada-kun, to have such achievements is really admirable. Tomoshioka said as he turned to the salesperson, please give me 1 or 2 books, Who's the Second Man and Nocturnal Ghost. Please. He then turned to Pei Ziyun and said, this isn't the place to talk. Shall we go to the cafe next door? Seeing Pei Ziyun nod, Tomoshioka walked to the cashier. As there weren't many people in the bookstore, the 2 of them queued up for a while before leaving. There was indeed a cafe next to the bookstore. It wasn't big, but the environment was good. It was quiet and suitable for conversation. In the cafe, Tomoshioka ordered 2 cups of coffee and said to Pei Ziyun, Yamada-kun, I didn't expect you to be so outstanding in this area other than swordsmanship. Tomoshioka lowered his head and said sincerely, to Japanese society, or any society, a samurai's sacrifice and role were great. However, with the decline of physical strength and life, there wouldn't be many traces left in history. However, a successful writer and a good work could leave a lasting spiritual mark. The coffee was served very quickly. Pei Ziyun took a sip of coffee and frowned. You flatter me. To be honest, I'm very surprised that you're only looking for me now. It had been a month since the assassination attempt on Keiji in Nishibe Prefecture. During this month, Pei Ziyun had completed his graduation exams. In fact, after the incident, Pei Ziyun thought that Tomoshioka or the Sakato family would immediately look for him. However, he didn't expect Tomoshioka to withstand such pressure for a month. One had to know that Pei Ziyun had used the power of the Makawa Shrine to investigate the Sakato family after the death of Keiji in Nishibe Prefecture. After the investigation by the Makawa Shrine, Pei Ziyun knew that it wasn't easy for Tomoshioka to withstand the power of the Sakato family without implicating him. Understanding this, Pei Ziyun's impression of Tomoshioka changed a lot. But I still have no choice but to look for you now. Tomoshioka couldn't help but smile bitterly. He stirred his coffee with a fork and told Pei Ziyun everything that Sakato had said. In particular, Tomoshioka emphasized Sakato's threat and said to Pei Ziyun, if we can't find the real murderer, she will let me and you be buried with her husband. When Pei Ziyun heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't answer, but asked Tomoshioka, in the past month, you definitely haven't been doing anything. What did you find out? Tomoshioka took a sip, pursed his lips, and said to Pei Ziyun straightforwardly, I suspect that the murderer is someone from the Sakato family. Pei Ziyun was unmoved. He said, that killer is strong and not an ordinary person. He has received strict training. It's understandable that you have this suspicion. However, even if it's an internal strife in the Sakato family, Keiji of the Nishibe family is just a son-in-law. It doesn't involve the right of inheritance, right? Why kill him? Pei Ziyun was puzzled. In Japanese society there was a huge difference between men and women. In the extreme Dao, even the wife and daughter of the chief were only slightly higher than the ordinary subordinate. They couldn't scold the high-ranking officers. In the aristocratic families, women were often ranked at the back, especially when it came to the right of inheritance. As long as the son had the slightest bit of success, the daughter would not be considered to inherit the family, let alone a son-in-law. Yamada-kun, I thought so too, Tomoshi Oka said seriously. He had the same opinion. However, this is the result of my investigation. It's for the person that Keiji of the Nishibe family wanted to save, Sakato Genko. Even though there was no one around, Tomoshi Oka still whispered into Pei Ziyun's ear, Sakato Genko might be the next head of the Sakato family. This can't be right? Pei Ziyun was shocked and sat up straight. The dignified Sakato family was known as a financial group, and they had 3 sons. Why would they pass the position of the head of the family to their granddaughter? Genko was the granddaughter of the head of the Sakato financial group, Sakato Kuroshi. She wasn't even considered outstanding. She was only 15 years old, and it was said that she was recuperating in Hokkaido due to her poor health. Sakato Genko's father, Sakato Takashi, wasn't considered outstanding. He controlled a small piece of the Sakato financial group. Currently, the Sakato financial group's latest product, Little Withered Wakaba, was managed by Sakato Takashi. Little Withered Wakaba was said to be a product that could significantly improve physical weakness, susceptibility to diseases, obesity, constipation, endocrine disorders, sallow complexion, palpitations, poor sleep quality, easy to get angry, bad breath, skin dehydration, etc. Once it was launched, it relied on the financial group's network and quickly became popular throughout Japan. It became one of the best-selling health products in Japan. Little Withered Wakaba was a product that allowed the Sakato financial group to obtain a piece of the cake in the health products market. However, that was all. When it came to the inheritance rights of a financial group or family, even Sakato Takashi couldn't compete with his 2 brothers, not to mention Sakato Genko. The inheritance rights of Japanese financial groups and families were all passed down to the male and not the female, the eldest son and not the second son. Unless there were special circumstances, these traditions would not change. Even if the family head was seriously ill, it would never be Sakato Genko's turn. Also, if he passes the position to his granddaughter, how can he control the shareholders of the company and explain to the staff? There was a misunderstanding here. Many people equated the size of a financial group with capital and family, private, asset. This was really laughable. The Sakato Financial Group was made up of 29 companies. Through controlling and exchanging shares, it involved more than 100 companies. However, the Sakato family's total shares were never more than 15%. Oda Nobunaga of the Owari country was the king of the Owari country. The Owari country was known as Ishikawa, 570,000 stones, K. Chongshire. However, the Oda family's Ishikawa was not more than 150,000 stones, and Oda Nobunaga's was not more than 50,000 stones. The Tokugawa shogunate's Tenryu direct control only had 4 million stones, which was about 1/5 of the world. It was a miracle for a family to own more than 15% of the company's shares. I also think that this is impossible. However, I came to this conclusion. Rather than saying that I found out, it is more like someone told me on purpose. Omuka Tomoshi was very understanding. He was also shocked when he heard the news. This was suicide. Who told you? Could it be Sakato Kuchi? Did he finally go crazy after being sick for so long? The Sakato Financial Group was more like a general than a family. Each company was relatively independent, and the board of directors and staff also held a certain amount of shares. The whole system was complicated and intersected. Under such circumstances, the inheritance was not the will of an individual, but the choice of the entire financial group. That kind of power struggle between rich and powerful families was actually for amateurs. What was the use of simply currying favor with the family head? Even Kurashiki Sakato didn't have the power to suppress the entire consortium. At most, he could pass down his shares. However, once the big names of other companies had doubts and suspicions about this, the Banto consortium would fall into turmoil and split. Had Sakato Kurushi, who used to be known as a wise ruler, gone mad? Chapter 722. I'm not sure if he's crazy or not, but I've been told that there's no other way out. Tomoshioka's face was cold as he spoke slowly. Oh? What do you think we should do now? Pei Zi-yun took a sip of coffee and asked expressionlessly. Yamada-kun, it's not wise to go against the Sakato family. Tomoshioka shook his head and swirled the coffee in his hand. The Sakato Financial Group has reached its peak under Sakato Kuroshi's leadership. As long as he's still breathing, he's a terrifying person. Furthermore, Sakato Kuroshi has killed his own family. Tomoshioka said softly. Sakato Kuroshi had two younger brothers, Sakato Yasuhiko and Sakato Kazuhiko. Due to the Great Depression 10 years ago, the entire Japanese economy suffered a huge blow, causing riots in the Japanese society. This had directly affected the Sakato Financial Group. Sakato Kuroshi had been in a hurry to deal with the Sakato Financial Group's decline. Hence, he had handed these few incidents over to his brothers, Sakato Yasuhiko and Sakato Kazuhiko. However, he did not expect that Sakato Yasuhiko and Sakato Kazuhiko would be heavily injured in this incident. It was said that at that time, an important company in the south of the city had been harassed. Dozens of unemployed men had blocked the entrance and prevented anyone from entering or leaving. When Sakato Yasuhiko arrived at the company and was about to persuade them, one of the rioters threw a stone at his head. He fainted on the spot and became a vegetable. 10 years ago, he had been bedridden for the rest of his life. At that time, the person who injured him was not caught. When the police arrived, he was shot dead. Sakato Kazuhiko was on his way to the factory when he got into a car accident. He died on the spot. The driver who caused the accident was caught by the police and committed suicide by swallowing poison. Because of this, many people suspected that Sakato Kuroshi was the one who caused all these incidents. Sakato Kuroshi and his two brothers were unhappy because of the dispute over the family's asset. Sakato Kuroshi took advantage of the chaos to get rid of his two brothers and seize the position of the family head. However, after Sakato Kuroshi became the family head, he started to reform the company. Not only did he manage to save the Sakato Financial Group from the Great Depression, but he also managed to swallow up some of the companies that had been affected by the Great Depression. His assets had increased by 10 times. Hence, no one dared to say that Sakato Kuroshi had harmed his brothers. Tomoshioka briefly introduced Sakato Kuroshi's life to Pei Zi-yun. Hence, as long as Ban Kuchi is alive, and as long as we can save Ban Yuenzi, we will be able to suppress the aftermath. Tomoshioka told Pei Zi-yun. Furthermore, Yamada-kun, if you want to win the Uka Prize or the Ogawa Prize, it will take at least 10 years, no matter how good your work is. Tomoshioka placed the coffee on the table and said sincerely. However, if you were to gain the support of the Sakata family, all of this would not be a problem. Omoka Tomoshi stared at Pei Zi-yun as he spoke. Who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for Sakato Kurochi? Pei Zi-yun heard Tomoshioka's words and asked. Sakshiyang Ashikwang. Tomoshi and his hand. And Hua. Kuroshi Kwa. Yun. I. Before he could finish, Pei Zi-yun interrupted him. I don't care who you are speaking for. Even if Sakato Kuroshi goes crazy, it has nothing to do with me. As long as you can do what I say, what's so difficult about it? Pei Zi-yun picked up his phone and sent an email to Tomoshioka. This email contains 3 of my novels, other than the 2 that I've published. Send this out immediately. As long as the Sakato family agrees to help me win the Uka and Ogawa prizes within 3 years, which is when I graduate from middle school, I will agree to help you. Pei Zi-yun said resolutely. Other than that, Don't even think about it. When a warrior is angry, blood will be spilled. They will not be afraid of threats. I believe that the Sakato family, which has been around for 200 years, will understand. Tomoshi Oka listened to Pei Ziyun's words and hesitated. It wasn't that Pei Ziyun was asking for a high price. In fact, from a monetary point of view, it wasn't high. In terms of background and power, there was no doubt that the Sakato family could push a novel into the finals of the Uka and Ogawa prizes. However, in order to win the final trophy, the novel had to be of high quality. The Sakato family's power was not omnipotent when it came to projects that had a huge impact on society. However, Tomoshi Oka only thought about it for a moment before he immediately forwarded Pei Ziyun's email. He even explained in detail what Pei Ziyun had requested. This matter had to be decided by the person behind him. The Sakato family in Tokyo, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, there was a huge mansion. It had a parking lot, a main hall, a north hall, a left hall, a new hall, a tea house, a cooking room, and even a shrine. The main gate was a 7-meter wide double iron gate. The fences extended to both sides, and there were shrubs planted on the inner side. Pine trees were planted, covering the entire mansion in the shadows. The garden was huge. The main hall alone had at least 30 rooms, and there was tight security. In one of the rooms, a skinny old man was lying on a bed. The old man's hair was almost bald, and there were age spots on his forehead. His entire body looked like it was made of skin and bones. He looked very thin and weak, as if he was about to die. However, what was special about him was that his murky eyes were occasionally very sharp. If someone were to look at him, they would feel as if they were looking at a sharp sword. This old man was the head of the Sakato group, Sakato Kuji. At this moment, someone was checked by several bodyguards. She entered the bedroom and walked towards Sakato Kuji, reporting the information that she had received from Tomoshi Oka. After listening to her report, Sakato Kuji waved his hand and said, "Immediately contact the judges and editors. I want to know in 30 minutes whether these novels have the potential to reach the top." "Yes, I will do it immediately." The middle-aged man in dark black clothes bowed and said softly. He immediately turned around and gave the order. No matter who it was, no one mentioned the amount of resources needed to raise the Ogawa reward and Ogawa reward. For the Banto Financial Group, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Only the quality of the novel mattered. In a high-class apartment, Takato Tomo was playing with his daughter, Takato Kiyomi. Takato Tomo was a senior editor. Due to his work, it was difficult for him to go home. Today was a rare day off, so Takato Tomo went home early to play with his daughter. His daughter, Takato Kiyomi, was only 9 years old and very cute. Because his father often came home late, he did not have time to interact with his daughter. This caused Takato Tomo to not be very close to his daughter. This made Takato Tomo very distressed, so he went to consult a doctor. The doctor told Takato Tomo that as long as he went home more often and spent more time with his daughter, their relationship would naturally improve. He also suggested buying a cat for his daughter so that she would have more time to play. Because of this, Takato Tomo specially bought an orange cat named Kitty for his daughter. After buying the cat and spending more time with his daughter became much closer. At this time, Takato Tomo and his daughter were playing with the orange cat named Kitty. His daughter was holding a cat teaser stick and kept playing with the orange cat. The orange cat was still small at this time, so it kept running and staring at the cat teaser stick with its bright eyes. "Ah, so cute. Cats are very cute, but my Kiyomi is even cuter." Takato Tomo looked at the cat and was satisfied. After a long time, he took out cat food and a carton of milk. "Kiyomi, after playing for a while, it's time to rest." Takato Tomo poured the milk into a small cat bowl. The orange cat stuck out its little tongue and licked the milk. As it moved, the bell continued to ring. At this time, the phone rang. "Is it a phone call?" Takato Tomoe was smiling at this time, and his heart was very happy. At this time, his face darkened and his heart was angry. He had just taken a break, and he had to answer the phone helplessly. If it is not a call from the president, I am going to hang up. He once told others not to disturb him if it was not very important, so when he received the phone call, he was a little impatient. But when he heard the voice of the caller, he immediately stood up, showed a respectful look, and said to the other side of the phone, "Hi, I am going to see it now." After that, Takato Tomoe apologized to his daughter, and got up to go to the computer. Caesar Hotel. The critic, Kawada Musashi, was attending a high-standard cocktail party. Kawada Musashi was wearing a suit, his hair was straight, and he looked very capable. He was talking with his female companion, Shirmoya Mikiko, about the popular movie Call of Death. This movie starred Tanaka Mikiko, and it was the most popular thriller of this season. Once it was broadcasted, it received a very good response. Tanaka Mikiko debuted as an advertising model at the age of 17. 2 years later, she starred in the youth movie Burn Youth, and won the Best Newcomer award. Last time, she won the Best Actress nomination for the movie Tokyo Romance. This time, Call of Death has already earned 34 billion yen at the box office. It will not be difficult for it to reach 5 billion yen. Maybe she has a chance to win the Best Actress award. Do I have a good relationship with her? Besides, the company that the crew works for also gave a lot of red packets. Kawada Musashi was thinking about how to write a review about this movie when his phone rang. Kawada Tanoshi was deep in thought when his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller, he immediately stood up. Although he knew that the other party couldn't see him, he still respectfully bowed and said yes. In the next room, when Mikoko saw this scene, she was shocked and quickly stopped talking. Kawada Musashi bowed for 5 minutes and said, "Hey, I'll do it immediately." Only then did he hang up the phone. Shirmoya Mikiko carefully asked, "Kawada, who called?" "Don't ask." Kawada Musashi looked at his female companion, Shirmoya Mikiko, and directly asked, "Is there a computer in this hotel? I want to take an email and watch it." "Be fast." Shirmoya Mikiko was very surprised, but she immediately arranged it. "Hey, don't worry, there will definitely be one. I'll arrange it for you immediately." She was really fast. In less than 3 minutes, a waiter came over, and Kawada Musashi quickly followed. Chapter 723. In the coffee shop, Tomoshi Oka and Pei Ziyun were still seated. Tomoshi Oka ordered another cup of coffee. As he sipped his coffee, he flipped through Yamada Shinji's works that he had just bought from the bookstore. Tomoshi Oka had some hobbies, such as watching movies, listening to music, and reading books. He liked to watch documentaries, especially those that were related to history. He felt that this could improve his foundation, and he could learn from history to improve himself. Tomoshi Oka was a man with dreams and ambitions. He would not waste his time on irrelevant matters. Even when he was relaxing, he would think of ways to improve himself. Listening to music could be considered a true way for Tomoshi Oka to relax. Tomoshi Oka liked to listen to classical music. There was a shelf at home that was specially used to store classical music discs. He felt that this was more meaningful, and it could better relieve his tension and irritability. As for reading books, they were usually works like The Cause of the Rise of Japan and Thinking, Politics and Economic. Tomoshi Oka read such books because he was working for the Heng Yuan family. The Heng Yuan family had a close relationship with the Japanese government, so he needed to understand the situation better. When he had time, he would read some literary classics. Occasionally, he would read some popular books. Tomoshi Oka had heard that a new author, Yamada Shinji, had recently published 2 very good books. However, he did not take it to heart and did not pay much attention to it. However, a few days ago, when he was sorting out the details of Yamada Shinji, he realized that he did not have the same name. Not only was he a samurai, but he was also a talented author. At that time, he was very shocked. Now, Tomoshi Oka was drinking coffee and reading a book. This was the first time he had read a work. As he read, he exclaimed, "Amazing, Yamada-kun! You have made the samurai in the book come to life. His spirit is really enviable. Is it because you are a samurai too?" In the samurai in the book, it was as if he could see his own shadow. He could see his own persistence and pursuit of dreams, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing Tomoshi Oka's praise, Pei Zi-yun was expressionless. He only lowered his head and said, "You flatter me. To be honest, my level is not high." In fact, he had only plagiarized the second novel of a top-notch author, Mizuno Tanaka. Mizuno Tanaka debuted at the age of 21 and wrote until he was 54 years old. He had a total of 33 years and had only written 11 books. The standard of the second unit was not the highest. It was not due to his own ability that he was able to advance by half a level in the end. Tomoshi Oka shook his head. Although he is a newcomer, he has already surpassed many famous authors. If his standard is still low, then there will be no one with high standards in Japan. As he spoke, a beeping sound came from his body. His phone had rung. Tomoshi Oka stopped talking and put down the book and coffee in his hands. He took out his phone and answered the call with a serious expression. From time to time, he replied, "Yes, yes, hi." When Tomoshi Oka finished the call, he placed his phone on the table but did not hang up. He then spoke to Pei Zi-yun. "Yamada-kun, the Sakato family has agreed to your request. May I know when you have the time to go over?" Tomoshi Oka asked, his heart trembling. Although he agreed to pass on the message, he still wasn't confident. This was because it was too difficult to obtain the Oka Prize and the Ogawa Prize. If it was just to be nominated for the Ogawa Prize and Ogawa Prize, it wouldn't be a big deal. Some financial groups and clans would be able to do it. However, it would be extremely difficult to actually win an award. The difficulty wasn't a problem of money. It was the attention of the society. In a democratic society, there was no central authority to follow orders and prohibitions. The so-called financial groups were not the only ones. It could be said that the interweaving of various forces was a common situation. The Ogawa Prize and the Ogawa Prize were the most important awards in Japanese literature. The judges only accounted for 60% of the awards. The other 40% of the awards were selected by some civil representative. These representatives came from all over the country, and there were a total of 200 people. Such an achievement was unimaginable. There were too many people paying attention to it. Everyone had enemies. Once there was an obvious flaw, it would become a huge scandal. Pei Zi-yun's Who is the Second had already won the Araki Prize. If he wanted to win the Ogawa Prize and Ogawa Prize in the shortest time possible, it would mean that he had won 2 awards in a row within 2 years. Such an achievement was unimaginable. A newcomer had won 3 awards in a row within 3 years. In the history of Japanese literature, there had never been such a case. The most brilliant achievement was the Japanese national writer, Fukunaga Hironori. Within 11 years, he had won the Araki Prize, the Ogawa Prize, and the Ogawa Prize, shocking all of Japan. That was why he was known as the national writer. If there was a situation where a 15-year-old won 3 awards in 3 years, it was hard for Tomoshi Oka to imagine what would happen. The whole of Japan had their eyes on a single person. Any problem would be examined repeatedly under a magnifying glass. If the person didn't have the ability to win, the Sakato family wouldn't be able to hold on. Now that the Sakato family had agreed to Yamada Shinji's request, it meant that Yamada Shinji's works had the ability to dominate the literary world of Japan. This was very frightening. Tomoshi Oka was shocked. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He asked, "You wrote 3 shocking works in such a short period of time?" This was no longer a human, right? Tomoshi Oka had some understanding of literature. Writing was not easy. How many people could become famous after spending their entire lives writing? Among the famous, how many could reach the peak? During the Golden Age, how many people could be passed down through the generations? Moreover, it was impossible for any writer to maintain a good state forever and continuously write good work. How was it possible to write 5 novels in a year? Pei Zi-yun understood Tomoshi Oka's feelings. He smiled and said, "Speaking of time, although the semester has ended, I have to conduct a national tour. Where is Sakato Genko?" Tomoshi Oka then regained his senses and repeated himself over the phone. After listening to the reply, he said, "The Sakato family said that Sakato Genko is in the main residence in Hokkaido. Alright, I will conduct a national tour in Hokkaido. The date will be July 23rd. Pei Zi-yun heard the reply and said without hesitation. Tomoshi Oka received another reply. He stood up and bowed deeply. He had a smile on his face. "The Sakato family will warmly welcome you and your members." At this point, he paused and reminded Pei Zi-yun, "Yamada-kun, please be careful of other samurai, especially those from the Rock Shrine." "Rock Shrine?" Pei Zi-yun nodded his head. "I understand." After hearing this, Tomoshi Oka stood up and bowed before leaving. Pei Zi-yun muttered, "Did you agree to all these conditions? Looks like the waters are deep. But why should I care?" He gulped down his coffee and turned to leave. He then took out his phone and pressed a few buttons. He then said to Yuta, "Hello? Is this Yuta? Inform the club that this holiday will be held in Hokkaido." Club activity room. A few boys were waving their swords and wooden swords in their hands. They slashed at the air, emitting whistling sounds. Their clothes were drenched in sweat. It was obvious that they had been training hard. Wakako was training as well. She was sweating profusely, and her face was filled with pain. The room next door had changed. Not only were the 2 rooms connected, there was a sofa, table, bookshelves, etc. There was even a simple open kitchen in the corner. Ever since Naomi Hayakawa brought the bento, Pei Zi-yun noticed that her cooking skills were not bad. He made her responsible for the club's meals. Pei Zi-yun specially made a simple open kitchen in the club activity room for Naomi Hayakawa so that she could display her cooking skills. Since the Tokyo apartment was about 15 square meters, and the largest was no more than 60 square meters, most of them had simple open kitchens. The Japanese were very experienced. Although the Sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. A portable stove, water recirculator, kitchen utensils and cutlery were all very well equipped. Naomi Hayakawa was cooking on the stove. She was smiling and seemed to be in a good mood. "A few days ago I had tamagoyaki. Today I shall eat fried dumplings." The fried dumplings were fragrant. The skin was crispy and the filling was juicy. Naomi Hayakawa thought to herself, "I can try fried prawns. I can also consider tuna rice." On the other hand, Yuta Toniyama was slumped over his desk, handling the club's work. Smelling the alluring fragrance, he drooled and wiped his mouth with his hand. He said to Hayakawa Naomi, "Naomi, you're really amazing. What's your secret? Why is your cooking so good?" "Really, Naomi, I feel that even the head chef of Kohara House can't compare to you." Yuta wiped his mouth again. Kohara House was a famous restaurant in the area. It was a traditional family restaurant in Japanese dramas. Just looking at it was enough to make one drool. Naomi Hayakawa heard this and smiled. She didn't know either. All she knew was that she had woken up from her dreams and realized that she was very good at cooking, and that the food was delicious. Recently, Pei Zi-yun had tried it and praised her. This made Naomi Hayakawa very happy. Kawako's round eyes were filled with approval. Although Hayakawa-san can't even lift a wooden knife, his cooking skills are really good. I'm hungry, I want to eat a rice ball. Hi, Kawako, here's some. It was a snow-white rice ball with some meat inside. Just like in the past, it was covered with a layer of seaweed, and had some salt on it. This was a snack for the club members after their training. Just as Kawako was about to take a big bite, the phone rang. Yuta picked up the phone and heard the voice on the other end. He knew it was Pei Ziyun and asked, "Leader, what's the matter?" There was a voice on the other end of the phone. Yuta replied excitedly and seemed to have some doubts. Hokkaido? But isn't going to Hokkaido a lot of money? Pei Ziyun's voice could be heard. Don't worry about the money. Someone is sponsoring us this time. Hi. That's great. Yuta completely believed Pei Ziyun's words and clenched his fist in celebration. He then turned around and said, "Naomi, the leader has something on and won't be coming back. Also, in a few days, let's go to Hokkaido to play." As he said this, Yuta's face was filled with anticipation. Hearing Yuta say that Pei Ziyun wasn't coming back, Hayakawa looked at her snack and felt disappointed. Chapter 724. In the car, Pei Ziyun finished his call to Tetsuyama Nobuta. He narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he picked up his phone and typed something quickly. Pei Ziyun wanted to report everything that had happened today to Sakagami. He wanted Sakagami to use all the power of the Kawakami Shrine to help him confirm the authenticity of what Oka Tomoshi had said about the Sakato Financial Group. At the same time, he wanted to ask about the Rocky Shrine. Soon, Pei Ziyun sent the email to Sakako Sanako and asked, "What's going on with the Rock Shrine? Help me check. Senior Sakako." At this time, Sakako Sanako, who was wearing her high school uniform, arrived at the club. Along the way, the students kept greeting her. With Kawako as an example, Sakako Sanako thought it was better to transfer to Milan Private High School. As soon as she entered the club, she saw Kawako waving her sword. Dressed in uniform, Kwazi brandished her wooden sword, slashing and slashing, creating a hoo-hoo sound in the air, appearing to be extremely powerful. Sweat continuously dripped from Kwazi's forehead, as well as her flushed little face, showing that she was currently working very hard in her sword practice. Sakako Sanako watched Kawako practice and sighed in her heart, "Kawako is amazing." It could be said that from the beginning until now, Kawako's sword had a completely different feel. And Sakako Sanako witnessed this process of change step by step. When Kwazi first started learning swordsmanship, not only did he hold the sword incorrectly, he also made many mistakes. Furthermore, he accidentally used too much force during his first practice and injured himself. He even sprained his ankle and had to rest for a few days because of this. At that time, Kawako pouted and her eyes were red. She was trying hard not to cry. Sakako Sanako could still remember her pitiful look clearly. In order to meet the requirements, Kawako spent a whole week practicing as long as she had time. She even asked the teacher for advice before she barely reached the standard. But ever since Kawako started learning the way of the sword, she seemed to have awakened some special qualities in her. From then on, every time Pei Ziyun taught Kawako some moves, Kawako would just watch it once and ask for advice again. At most, she would spend 3 days to master everything Pei Ziyun taught her. Sakako Sanako thought that Kawako's comprehension and talent were simply terrifying. It's someone who defeated her father, Ishidu-chung. Sakakami Sanako was very surprised as he watched Tangzi practice the sword. He already had a faint sense of control. He muttered to himself, 4 months of practice is equivalent to 4 years of practice? Did Yamada-chi teach her well, or is Kawako a genius? Sakako Sanako thought to herself. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi took out the prepared lunch. There are fried dumplings and fried prawns today. Sakako-senpai, do you want to try it? Sakako Sanako sniffed it and found it fragrant. She smiled. Thank you, Naomi. I won't stand on ceremony. She picked up a fried dumpling with her fingertips and took a bite. It's delicious and crispy. He was impressed by the young lady's cooking skills. Hayakawa Naomi took the fried prawns and said, "Try this too." At this point there was a ding-dang sound. Sakakami immediately knew that it was the sound of an email. Seeing that it was from Peiziyun, she immediately called back, "Yamada-chi. Regarding matters regarding the cliff shrine, you have to ask our Jinchuan shrine." Sakako Sanako listened for a while and said slowly, "The cliff shrine has 500 stones. A few years ago, it was as famous as our Jinchuan shrine. In terms of strength, we were on par. But in recent decades, for some unknown reason, the cliff shrine's strength has declined drastically. But the cliff shrine has a very special feature. It's on the sea, or near the sea, that the warrior's strength will increase." Sakako Sanako said seriously. The special feature of the cliff shrine has something to do with its origins, because the cliff shrine can be said to have a close relationship with the sea god. In the sea god's genealogy, it is the guardian of the sea. The so-called guardian refers to the rocks or hills that stand on the cliff. There are many of them on the islands, and they are used by fishermen when they go out to sea. Hence, it's the guardian of the fishermen. And even though the cliff shrine's strength has declined, the 500 stones it owns haven't changed. It also has a complete warrior inheritance. It's a rather powerful shrine. It's not easy to be enemies with it. Sakako Sanako looked a little uneasy. What's important now is that according to your description, this matter is very likely related to the battle between the E-god and the Sea god. Sakako Sanako said, "Where are you? I'll come over immediately." Regarding the battle between the E-god and the Sea god, Sakako Sanako had to be serious. There was some information about the E-god in the sealed files of the Jinchuan shrine. The most recent case was about 30 years ago. 30 years ago, a samurai from the cliff shrine accidentally offended the E-god for some unknown reason. This samurai was cursed by the E-god. The curse was quite simple and terrifying. When the samurai was half asleep and half awake, he suddenly saw an enemy next to him. A well-trained samurai would naturally kill the enemy at the first moment. But when he killed the enemy, the samurai realized that he had killed his beloved wife. The cursed samurai was helpless. He asked for help from several other samurai and the shrine, but to no avail. He then killed his own son. In order to avoid further tragedy, he committed seppuku. Having lost a samurai with a bright future, the cliff shrine was enraged and caused a huge commotion. In order to take revenge, the cliff shrine sent out strong samurai to deal with the E-god and the curse. They also wanted to retaliate, but for some unknown reason, they returned empty-handed. In the end, the cliff shrine had to ask the Hall of Gods for help. They paid a huge price to stop the curse from worsening. Although they weren't directly involved, the Jinchuan shrine still warned the people in the shrine not to offend the E-god. They also warned them not to interact too much with people related to the E-god. Now that Peiziyun was involved in something related to the E-god, Sakako Sanako had to be serious. She listened to the phone and said, "There's no need, I'm rushing back home." "Then let's talk at home." Sakako Sanako looked at the map. The school was only 15 minutes away from home. Peiziyun would take at least 30 minutes to get back home. Rather than returning home to school, why not get there in one go? Thinking about this, she shouted, "Sanako, let's go back." Yamada Mansion. 20 minutes later, Peiziyun alighted from the car. Sanako, who was waiting at the door, saw Peiziyun and pounced on him. Peiziyun watched as Sanako pounced on him and hugged him. Sanako looked at Peiziyun and said, "Oniai-chan, where have you been? How many times has Hayakawa called me useless?" Sanako pouted and asked unhappily. Peiziyun patted her head and said, "Sanako, Naomi isn't useless. Her culinary skills are amazing. As he said this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but marvel at her. Hayakawa Naomi was indeed amazing. In just a month, her culinary skills had improved to a whole new level. Even Pei Ziyun felt that her cooking was delicious. It was said that she had learned all of her mother's cooking techniques and was now teaching herself. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling hungry. Sanako, who was being hugged by Pei Ziyun, heard Pei Ziyun's words and felt a little indignant. She looked at him with her big round eyes and shouted, "Humph, Oni-chan, I know how to cook too. In the future, I will definitely be better than her. Sanako, go and play by yourself. I still have something to discuss with your brother Yamada," Sanako said. Sanako still listened to her. Alright then." She reluctantly walked out of Pei Ziyun's embrace and walked towards her room. Speaking of which, Sanako and Hayakawa Naomi had a good relationship. As Hayakawa Naomi's culinary skills got better, it was a good thing. She could eat better food. However, for some reason, Sanako felt a little unhappy. But now that her master had important matters to attend to, she immediately became obedient. Seeing Sanako leave, Pei Ziyun looked at Sanako's back and smiled. He then turned to Sanako and asked, "Please take a seat. That god of barbarians, is he the barbarian general's barbarian? Yes, Yamada barbarian, Tianjin god, Kunijin god, and barbarian god." Sanako sat up straight. She had undergone strict training and was very polite. Actually, to put it simply, the Tianjin god is a branch of the Takamajihara, led by Amaterasu. Sanako explained to Pei Ziyun. And the Kunijin god is a god who lives in the Takamajihara of China. Pei Ziyun nodded. Is there a difference between Takamajihara and Takamajihara of China? Yes, the Kunijin god is a god who lives in Takamajihara of China. To be more specific, he is a local god or even a god of a powerful family. But these are all semi-legal. As for the barbarian god, because Hokkaido used to be known as the barbarians, the barbarian people lived there. The barbarian generals barbarians were the barbarians. Pei Ziyun listened to Sanako's words and thought for some time. He then asked curiously, but not long after the Shinagawa shogunate was established, the barbarians came under their direct control and changed their name to Hokkaido. If I remember correctly, the barbarian god had already been conferred the title of barbarian by the shogunate, right? This was not a secret in this world. If the higher schools did not pay attention to it, there would definitely be a simple description of it in the history books. Pei Ziyun had read about this period of history in a book about the history of Japan, and was now bringing it up. Yes, Yamada Nobunaga. That's right. Not long after the shogunate was established, they sent a fleet to occupy the barbarians and divided them into 14 counties. They were then directly governed by the shogunate and conferred titles of deities and humans. It could be said that these counties were part of the main body of the shogunate. Because they were conferred titles for less than 200 years, many people do not recognize this. As for the Banto family, it was said that they were the leaders of the barbarian people. They were given the surname by the shogunate and moved to Edo, where they were given a title of 800 stones. Although the Banto family has intermarried many times and there are no differences in their bloodline, they are still the descendants of the barbarian god. Hence, there might be a conflict between them. Sanako explained. She actually did not wish for Yamada Nobunaga to be involved in this conflict. One look and one could tell that the waters were deep. No matter what, the shogunate has won. Pei Ziyun said plainly. That means they are not barbarian gods, but are part of the barbarian gods. If that's the case, what do I have to be afraid of? I accept this request. Originally, only the Emperor of Japan had the authority to confer titles on demons and deities. However, when the Shinagawa shogunate was established, they established a divine palace and claimed to have the authority to confer titles. This was also one of the reasons why the Tobaku faction allied with the Emperor of Japan to overthrow the shogunate. You're right. Sanako thought about it and agreed. It wasn't just the Banto family. A large number of people had migrated to Hokkaido. Due to intermarriage, the barbarian people had basically become part of the main body of the shogunate. In theory, the Banto family and the barbarian gods were now part of the main body of the shogunate. Who could say anything about this? Chapter 725. Time passed quickly, and it was now the 23rd of July. It was time for Pei Ziyun's club to depart for Hokkaido. At the pier, there was a bustling crowd. At the ferry, Pei Ziyun carried a satchel, and Yuta carried a suitcase. A group of students boarded the merchant ship. This ferry was the Sunflower of the Ojo Ferry Company. The Sunflower was headed for Hokkaido, and its departure route was Ashiai, Ibaraki Prefecture, Tokyo. This time, the club's trip to Hokkaido was entirely covered by the Banto group. They chose to take the ferry to Hokkaido because the journey was a form of enjoyment. Compared to the 1-hour flight, the ferry was more interesting and not too long. As for choosing the Sunflower of the Ojo Ferry Company, it was because the Banto group owned 15% of the company's shares, and could provide a more comfortable service. The schedule was to depart in the evening, and arrive at 1300 hours the next day. The entire journey would take 19 hours, and the one-way ticket was 8,500 yen. As Pei Ziyun, Yuta, Kawako, and Hayakawa queued up to board the ship, an attendant saw them and bowed to Pei Ziyun. "Are you Yamada-kun?" Today, Pei Ziyun was wearing a white jacket and black slacks. He looked like the sun and was full of energy. He nodded his head slightly and replied, "Yes, what's the matter? What's the matter?" The attendant bowed again and said apologetically, "May I see your ticket?" Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and passed his black card to the attendant. The attendant took a look, and after confirming that it was Pei Ziyun, he said to Pei Ziyun and the rest, "Hello, Yamada-kun. Because you are VIP 5 passengers of this ship, you can use the VIP passageway to board the ship." The attendant, dressed in a light blue uniform, pointed to the VIP passageway. There were 2 passageways on the Sunflower, one was the main passageway, and the other was the VIP passageway. The VIP passageway was specially provided for VIP 3 and above customers. There was a small passageway on the side of the ship, allowing these VIP customers to board the ship quickly and easily. Normal customers had to queue up in the main passageway to enter. When Yuta Toniyama heard this, he couldn't help but yell, "We are also VIP customers, don't queue up too well." As he spoke, Yuta Toniyama waved at the passengers who were queuing up. Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako looked at Yuta with disdain, and Hayakawa Naomi whispered, "Yuta, you're being too rude." "Is that so? I'm really sorry." Hayakawa Naomi used her desserts to gain Eniyama Yuta's respect, but Kawako made Eniyama Yuta even more afraid. Sometimes, when Kawako was bored, he would drag Eniyama Yuta along to learn from each other. Toyama Yuta had wanted to take advantage of Kawako's young age and Kawako's lack of strength since he was only 8 years old. Little did he know that even though it was their first sparring session, Kawako, who was highly skilled, used a wooden sword to beat Toyama Yuta until his face was swollen and he screamed in pain. This happened a few times. Every time Kawako wanted to find someone to duel with, Yuta would end up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Pei Ziyun and his entourage were led by a VIP waiter to the dormitory area of the cruise ship. The waiter also explained the rules and regulations of the cruise ship. The Sunflower provides delicacies from all over the world. The waiter said, "The restaurants are mainly located on the 3rd and 4th floor. There are 3 free buffets available, and we guarantee that they will satisfy all your tastes. The restaurants that pay for their meals are releasing new products every day. Of course, since you are VIP customers, you can eat in any restaurant for free. The waiter then said, I recommend you to try the oliva from Sugasaki Yoshiko's Artistic Conception Workshop. This is an Italian delicacy, and is the signature restaurant of the cruise ship. Hayakawa Naomi, who was walking quietly behind Pei Ziyun, heard this and her eyes lit up. Lastly, don't forget to experience the most exquisite facilities of the cruise ship, the 270-degree observation deck. You can enjoy afternoon tea there and enjoy the sea view. For those who like sports, deck parachuting and deck surfing are also good choices. As Kawako listened, her face revealed an expression of eagerness. I wish you a pleasant journey. The waiter then led the group to the dormitory area, handed the keys to them, and left. Kawako waited for the outsiders to leave and could not help but exclaim, Wow, that sounds awesome. Are we going to sleep here tonight? Pei Ziyun casually said, Yes, just like at home. Everyone will rest for half an hour and pack your things before heading to the restaurant. Since we are in Hokkaido, there are many opportunities to dine together. You can find your own favorite restaurants. Anyway, for VIP customers, any restaurant is free. Have a good rest tonight. There is a hot spring at the hotel in Hokkaido. You can soak in it. Kawako cheered happily as she entered the room. Hayakawa Naomi stood up and said gently, Yamada-kun, I will look after Kawako. If anything happens, I will call you. Don't worry. Pei Ziyun smiled and lowered his head. Thank you, Naomi. Seeing that they had left, he looked around the room. Of course, the cabin was very small, even if it was a VIP room. He put down his bag and changed his shoes before heading to a restaurant. The moment he entered the door, he frowned. However, he continued to order a few dishes. Please wait a moment. The waiter looked at his black card and came back quickly. The appetizer was a platter of winter melon and melon, followed by a platter of sashimi and 2 dipping sauces. Finally, there was a platter of mackerel, which was the symbol of summer in Kansai. Indeed, not long after, someone came over and bowed slightly. You must be Yamada-kun? I am Kitaka Tatsuya from the Rock Shrine. My apologies for disturbing you. May I have a seat? Pei Ziyun reacted and bowed solemnly. Yes, I am Yamada-kun. Please take a seat, Yamada-kun. Kitaka Tatsuya took a liking to this young man, but he looked very mature. He sat down and called for the waitress to serve wine. When the wine was served, Kitaka Tatsuya poured it for Pei Ziyun. Although you are not of age, you are a samurai. How can you not drink? Please. Pei Ziyun smiled and took a sip. The wine was soft and had a lingering aftertaste. It was not cheap. He had just taken a sip and was thinking about his intentions when he heard Kitaka Tatsuya ask, Yamada-kun, although I am being rude, I would like to ask you a question. Have you learned about the Tobacco War? The Tobacco War, or is it known as the Three Kingdoms War? Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed as he asked. Yes, that's it. Kitaka Tatsuya lowered his head and asked seriously. Objectively speaking, the Japanese had been sealed off from the outside world for a long time. The great powers used their ships and cannons to open up the country. In addition to that, there were 200 years of accumulated conflict. Hence, it was time to reform the country. Kitaka Tatsuya listened and nodded his head. Indeed, it was time to reform the country. Pei Ziyun continued to eat. According to history, the great generals Shinagawa Kitada made a few mistakes. The biggest one was to push the blame onto the emperor. He wanted the emperor to declare the founding of the country, so that he could be the scapegoat. Secondly, the Great Powers Conference. Finally, the so-called Great Powers Conference. Kitaka Tatsuya's face twitched. Why do you say that? The Shinagawa shogunate established a system that used military might to suppress the daimyos. They prohibited the imperial court from giving official positions to the daimyos. As for the Wu family, they used the laws of the Wu family to enforce the laws and regulations. Shinagawa Kitada wanted the emperor to be the scapegoat. In the end, the emperor said no and insisted on reforming the country. This was akin to praising the emperor who had been forgotten for a long time. He also violated the edict. Hence, the legitimacy of the Tobaku War appeared. Peizi Yun poured a cup of wine for Kitaka Tatsuya, and the Great Powers Conference strengthened this point, allowing the Tobaku War faction to take the banner. Even the Great Powers Conference broke the Shinagawa family's original system. The officials could discuss important matters together, and even refute the shogunate. This made the officials no longer officials. It could be said that Shinagawa Kitada had single-handedly buried the shogunate. It's a pity that he died, and Shinagawa Keihei rose to power. He was a wise ruler, or at least a wise ruler of the shogunate. The war was won, and the shogunate continued. Hearing these words, Kitaka Tatsuya had a look of regret in his eyes. You're right. Yamada-kun, do you think that there's a need for the shogunate to continue? If the imperial court had won the war against the shogunate, what would have happened? Peizi Yun thought about it seriously before saying, history cannot be if. But if there was a need for if, history would have been very different. Please continue. Kitaka Tatsuya personally poured another cup of wine. Peizi Yun then said, in our history, although the shogunate won, the problem wasn't completely resolved. 200 years of conflict had accumulated, and it was a fact that the daimyos were divided. It took Shinagawa Keihei 30 years to wipe out the shogunate and officially reform the country. In actual fact, the shogunate became the new generation of representatives. This power even led to the birth of democracy. In order to achieve victory, the shogunate sold off their outdated muskets and bought British rifles. Furthermore, the samurai had been infiltrated by the shogunate for a long time and were no longer reliable. Hence, the samurai were abolished, and the samurai were used as the main force. Instead, the samurai were used as the main force. Although they were inexperienced, they weren't afraid of death. In other words, they were cheap. However, this also determined that the samurai were digging their own grave. Because of the abolition of the samurai, how could the samurai still hold the military power and the fruits of victory? You have to know that the samurai were all abandoned and looked down upon by the samurai. Even if they weren't willing to serve the shogunate, would they still serve the samurai? If the emperor and the imperial court had won, they would have become the biggest winners. Through the power of the samurai, they would have abolished all the samurai. Who knows, they might have been able to abolish the samurai and establish a unified Japan. And the powerful Japan would have conquered the outside world, unlike the old shogunate, who spent half a century to adjust their political power. Kitaka Tatsuya's eyes lit up, and he bowed his head. That's brilliant, Yamada-kun. What you said is really enlightening. We've studied many of your words, but none of them were as clear as this. If we were to return to that era, you must be the one who brought down the samurai, right? We are indeed comrades. Kitaka Tatsuya was overjoyed, and he spoke incoherently. He had already made up his mind, but the next moment he said coldly, and then, Japan is in Asia. If we want to conquer it, we have to swallow it. What if we fail? Also, if we were to return to that era, even if I had to participate, I would definitely be on the shogunate's side. Kitaka Tatsuya raised his head, and was shocked to see a cold face. Chapter 726. It was getting late at night, and there seemed to be fog on the sea, covering everything. Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi had gone back to their dormitory to rest. The night was getting late, and Kawako and Hayakawa Naomi had returned to their dormitory. Peizi Yun finished his meal and wiped his mouth. He stretched lazily and yawned as though he was tired. He stood up and bowed. My apologies, Hitaki-kun. I shall return to my room to rest. Peizi Yun did not reply. He narrowed his eyes as he saw the aura of the person in front of him change. So that's what you think, Yamada-kun. Kitaka Toru followed him out of the dining hall, feeling a deep sense of regret. Yamada-kun, I thought you would be one of our comrades. Hitaki-kun, 130 years have passed since the fall of the Bakufu. Pei-zi-yun was not surprised. Since the shogunate was unable to clean up the entire house through a bloody war, it was destined that democracy would be born. In fact, any dictatorship would have democracy. The power that was originally in the hands of one or a few people would be expanded to the hands of the governor and the cabinet as the system loosened. Even if this was only a democracy for the scholar officials or the nobles. The king and the nobles share the world. Even if the shogunate had a wise ruler like Shinkawa Keihei, they would not be able to eradicate those who took root. They could only turn them into a new generation of officials and counselors. When Shinkawa Keihei died, the power of the officials and counselors grew. Naturally, this system was expanded as well. When everyone could vote for the prime minister of the cabinet, it became a modern democracy. Under the rule of the shogunate, Japan enjoyed 100 years of peace behind the scenes. They even returned power to the people. What regrets do you have? Must the emperor be the one to govern? Pei-zi-yun walked on the deck, his footsteps echoing. A few people glanced at him and went back to rest. There was no one on the deck. The sound of a violin could be heard. Kitaka Toru stopped walking as though he was listening. He had short hair and a medium build. He took off his glasses and lowered his head, deep in thought for a long time. Gradually, Kitaka Toru shook his head and said, Yamada-kun, if you had become one of our comrades, based on your talents, you could have become our leader in the future and know all our secrets. But you rejected us. I can only say that we are not madmen. In fact, we are not doing this for the emperor. We have our reasons. The wrong history must be corrected. Tatsuya Kitaka's tone was a little hesitant at first, but when he said this, it became gloomy, firm, and decisive. Erroneous history? These words caused Pei-zi-yun's heart to skip a beat. Perhaps you don't understand. In fact, it's normal that you don't understand. However, we chivalrous people haven't died out yet. In fact, we're still expanding. Yamada-kun, you're a samurai. Let us use samurai methods to end today's conversation. When Kitagi Toru had finished speaking, his eyes swept across Pei-zi-yun's face, stopping at his heart and throat. He then opened the package that he had been holding. It was a long saber. Pei-zi-yun sighed and took out his wooden blade as well. In the next moment, Takashi Kitaka's heart skipped a beat. The Pei-zi-yun in front of him was just standing there, yet there was no way for him to attack him. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. That's impossible. I started practicing swordsmanship when I was 7, obtained profound meaning when I was 15, and mastered it when I was 21. The person in front of me can't even be considered a youth. How could he have such a high level of cultivation? Takashi Kitaka's breathing became heavy. With a loud shout, he took a step forward and leaped into the air. Like a swallow, he circled around Pei-zi-yun's left side and swung his blade at him. Swallow's return slash. Takashi Kitaka's figure disappeared in front of his eyes. His astonishing speed and stamina showed how strong a samurai was. At the moment when he disappeared, Pei-zi-yun's heart rate increased rapidly. He turned around and swung his blade. In an instant, the two of them crossed paths. Pei-zi-yun landed safely on the ground and swung his wooden blade diagonally to the right. However, the wooden blade did not need to be swung diagonally. Takashi Kitaka half knelt on the deck and used his blade to support himself. A line of blood seeped out from his wound and gradually expanded. He panted twice before standing up. It was a red line that did not cut deep into his flesh. Yamada-kun, are you showing mercy? No, I'm only 12 years old. I'm just a step away, but I've reached my limit. Pei-zi-yun was slightly regretful. He had always been merciless in his attacks. It was just that his limits were limited to the body of a 12-year-old. Takashi Kitaka remained silent for a long time before keeping his blade. He then stood upright and bowed. Yamada-kun, please give up on Sakato Genko's mission. Even if we ignore the shogunate, there's still the barbarian god. Barbarian god! That's right, Haratora god. Takashi Kitaka's voice was filled with regret. Do you know why the Sakato family would hire you? You're not the only samurai here. That's the reason. If the barbarian god becomes stronger, the barbarians will become stronger. That's a joke. Do pure barbarians still exist? Pei Zi-yun remained expressionless. During the era of the shogunate, the barbarians were seen as a backward race and were encouraged to assimilate. Even the barbarians themselves believed that it was their only way out. Now there were no pure barbarians left. You're right, but they haven't completely assimilated yet. Takashi Kitaka shook his head. So it's still a barbarian god. However, the great general has conferred a title to it. I don't think it's a barbarian god. Is that so? Let me give you a warning. The Sakato family is not a friendly bunch. Takashi Kitaka didn't intend to make another move and retreated. Pei Zi-yun laughed before he turned around and returned to his room. After some time, a man appeared on the empty deck. This man was Takashi Kitaka, who had just fought with Pei Zi-yun. He took out a handphone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, he bowed his head respectfully and said, "My apologies, Your Excellency. The negotiation has failed." "Have you already tested his inclination, and told him about the e-god?" the phone asked. "Yes, Your Excellency. I've told him about it, but he still rejected." Takashi Kitaka spoke in a serious tone. Yamada Shinichi is more inclined towards the shogunate, which maintains peace. He also thinks that the barbarian god is a god of the shogunate and doesn't reject him. Oh, is that so? The person on the other side of the phone seemed regretful that Pei Zi-yun did not accept his conditions. According to our observations, Yamada Shinichi is a very talented samurai. He is skilled in both the pen and the sword, and has a bright future. He is more inclined towards the shogunate, which maintains peace. He also thinks that the barbarian god is a god of the shogunate and doesn't reject him. In fact, this is very normal for people who live in a peaceful era. It's a pity that he's a samurai, not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he was involved in a war at a critical time and stood on the opposing side. If that's the case, for the sake of history, the plan cannot have any variables. Execute Yamada Shinichi. I will bear the pressure of the Minagawa Shrine. The person on the other side of the phone spoke in a regretful but resolute voice. Also, continue with the plan against the Sakato main school. If you want to restore order, you have to remove the variable in Hokkaido. I authorize you to use all the chess pieces that you have in the Sakato main school, at all costs. Yes. As expected, this order was within Tatsuya's expectations. Tatsuya stood respectfully, bowed, and waited for the call to end before hanging up and straightening his body. It's a pity, Yamada-kun. Tatsuya shook his head, his eyes filled with fatigue. How much more blood does my path have to bear? Time seemed to pass very quickly on the cruise ship. After a good night's sleep and lunch, the Sunflower docked and followed the route to the harbor. When they disembarked from the cruise ship, a group of people cheered. Especially Mokuyama Shurna, whose face was pale and had a tinge of green in it. He kept mumbling, "Ah, we're finally on shore." It turned out that not long after Mokuyama Shurna boarded the ship, he realized that he was seasick. This fact made him extremely depressed. Being seasick, Mokuyama Shurna could not eat, drink, or have fun. He never thought that his trip to Hokkaido would begin in such a tragic manner. This naturally made Mokuyama Shurna very unhappy. Now that he was finally on dry land, he could rest and have fun. During the shogunate era, the first great shogun had sent people to survey Hokkaido. He had also sent people to establish a stronghold where there was a harbor and land for cultivation. Not long after, it became the territory of the shogunate, and development began. The leaders of the shrimp barbarians were either recruited or killed. It could be said that they were forced to return to Japan. The Banto family was one of them. At that time, they were given 800 stones to move to Edo. After the Tobacco War, due to their meritorious service, they were given 3,000 stones of knowledge. The Banto family then returned to Hokkaido. Within 100 years, they expanded their power and became a prominent family in Hokkaido. West Tail Hotel was one of them. Although it was drizzling, they could still see the boundless sea and sky all around them. The environment was very pleasant. The lady who was wearing a kimono received the black card and bowed to Pei Ziyun and the rest before introducing the Westtail Inn. Please allow me to introduce the Westtail Inn to you. Westtail Hotel has been around for 230 years. It was planned to be in sync with the development of the local area. Samurai and their families needed a suitable location. Hence, this Westtail Hotel was built. The moment they entered the hotel, the woman in the kimono bowed down and asked everyone to take off their shoes. Some of them immediately took them for maintenance, before putting on wooden clogs. As it was summer, they did not prepare any socks. She then led them into the hotel and said, Westtail Hotel is located on high ground, overlooking the port. There's also an outdoor hot spring. Dear guests, feel free to experience the hot spring. The woman in the kimono said as she led Pei Ziyun and the rest into a guest room. The guest room was isolated and spacious. There were floor-to-ceiling windows and a resting area with chairs and a coffee table. There were tatami mats as well. Because the hotel is located near the sea, we provide fresh fish and shellfish. If any of you are allergic to seafood, please let us know. We will prepare other dishes for you in advance. We hope you don't mind. Also, the hotel's dining hours are as follows. Breakfast will be served between 7:30 and 8:30. Dinner will be served between 17:30 and 19. Guests who arrive after 19 will not be able to enjoy dinner. The hot spring tax is 150 stones per person per night. Hearing the woman in the kimono say this, Kawako jumped up and exclaimed, "That's great! We can play in the hot spring again." Hayakawa Naomi was surprised by the price and asked softly, "Isn't that a little expensive?" Yuta nodded his head in agreement. He then walked closer to Pei Ziyun and asked, "This hotel must be very expensive, right?" "Yes, but we're not paying," Pei Ziyun replied. "That's right, you have a VIP card. All expenses have been covered, so please enjoy yourself." Hearing this, Yuta smiled from ear to ear. The club members that followed him were all delighted. "Let's disperse and return to our rooms. 3 to a room." Yes. The club members were not dissatisfied. A hotel like this cost 40,000 stones a day. It was a rare experience for 3 people to stay in such a hotel. Of course, the club leader had the privilege of having a room to himself. Pei Ziyun put down his backpack and used his phone to search for information. At this point, Kawako, Hayakawa Naomi, Yuta and the rest had all gone to play or to check out the hot spring. Pei Ziyun said that he wasn't feeling well and wanted to rest. Hence, he stayed in his room to search for information. Pei Ziyun looked at the information on his phone and mumbled, "The barbarian shrimp people." Due to intermarriage and assimilation, the pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people have basically disappeared. The official population is 25,000, while the unofficial number is 200,000. However, these 200,000 definitely include everyone with barbarian blood. Furthermore, the pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people are short in stature and have dark skin. They are the furriest race in the world. The men have thick beards, while the women have marks on their mouth. This appearance is probably one of the reasons why the pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people have disappeared. No wonder there aren't any pure-blooded barbarian shrimp people around. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. There's also Heratorheim. She didn't exist in the original barbarian mythology. However, if she was given a title, she would be given a new title. Was she originally a goddess, or was she a combination of several deities? Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the sound of a phone ringing. Is this Yamada-kun? This is the car from the Banto Club. Have you rested for a while? I've rested for a while. You can send a car over now. Pei Ziyun replied as he wrote a message to the club members. He then stood up and left the club. When he reached the entrance, he was welcomed by a beautiful young lady. She bowed sweetly. Is this Yamada-kun? Please come in. The interior of the limousine was luxurious. There was a small fridge and a cigar box. However, Pei Ziyun didn't smoke. He didn't have much desire for alcohol. He looked out of the window and saw a vast field. Hokkaido accounts for about a quarter of the entire country's grain production. If it was in ancient times, it would be equivalent to about 5 million stones. The view before him was vast and his breathing was much smoother. The car wasn't far from the club. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a mountain road. The clouds were getting darker and darker as lightning struck down. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun frowned as he felt uneasy. The young lady who was accompanying him thought that Pei Ziyun was afraid of lightning and said, Yamada-kun, it doesn't matter if it rains. We'll reach our destination soon. Indeed, before long, they arrived at their destination. It was a place that occupied a large area. Pei Ziyun alighted from the car and looked around. It was filled with cherry trees, but the flowers had long withered. The club stood tall in the middle. He looked around and asked, Is this a fortress? You're right. This club was built from a fortress. Chapter 727. The person who led Pei Ziyun into the hall was a new maid. She was petite and wore a light white maid uniform. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and her movements were light and her voice was soft. It really is a castle. When Pei Ziyun was led into the hall, he realized that the walls were built to reduce the blind spots of the surrounding defense. There was no sign of Heaven's Guard pavilion. He guessed that the cannons had already been installed to prevent them from being attacked. It's not a mountain city, it's a flat mountain city. This was a city built on hills and hills. During the Warring States period there were many such cities. Of course, the cities in Japan could be considered a type of fortress. However, this was a peaceful era. Around the hall there were courtyards and lawns on the ground. There was running water and fake mountains. There were even fruit trees and servants taking care of them. Pei Ziyun took a quick look and realized that these trees were loquat trees. He felt that it was strange. In Japan, loquat trees could be used to treat illnesses, and their leaves and seeds could be used as medicine. They were very common fruit trees and were highly respected. However, it was a taboo to plant loquat trees in a courtyard. This was because loquat trees were evergreen and their leaves were wide. If they were planted in the courtyard, the sun would be blocked, and the yin energy would be heavy. Furthermore, it was related to the time when the loquat trees bore fruit. It took a long time for the seeds to bear fruit. When the loquat trees were planted, there would be older people in the family. When the loquat trees bore fruit, the older people might die of old age. Hence, there was a misconception that the loquat trees bore fruit meant that someone in the family would die. This caused many Japanese to feel fear. Furthermore, the loquat seeds were poisonous. If eaten by children, it would be very dangerous. Nowadays, almost no family in Japan would plant loquat trees in their courtyard. Pei Ziyun followed the maid into the hall. He thought to himself, the loquat trees are planted in the courtyard. Is it a coincidence, or is there another reason? When he entered the hall, it was a little gloomy. A few maids were busy preparing a small banquet. Pei Ziyun even saw a small cake. When they saw the guests, they all bowed to greet them. Cake? I remember that it's not Sakato Uenzi's birthday today. Which Sakato family member is celebrating her birthday? Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he squinted his eyes. These maids were moving in unison. Their appearance and even their temperament were similar. The Sakato financial group was extremely wealthy and had a strong foundation. To nurture these people, they not only spent money but also time. After a while, they arrived at a living room. Entering the living room, Pei Zi-yun noticed that the walls of the living room were decorated with ukiyo-e paintings. There were also some old weapons on the shelves. "Hi. Please take a seat, young miss will come over immediately." The maid brewed a cup of tea and left. The entire hall fell silent. Pei Zi-yun drank a mouthful of tea and placed the wooden blade on the table. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. Pei Zi-yun had some understanding of the ukiyo-e as well. As he walked closer, he realized that the ukiyo-e was not only well preserved, but also had smooth textures. There was a certain charm to it, and it was obviously the work of a master craftsman. Pei Zi-yun took a closer look at the contents and realized that they were all pictures of the Reverse Curtain War. Just as Pei Zi-yun was observing carefully, a voice rang out in his ear. "Yamada-kun, are you also interested in the curtains?" It was the owner of the dojo, Sakato Genko. Pei Zi-yun turned around and bowed. "Ban Dong-sang, how do you do?" Ban Higashi Genko was a beauty, but she looked a bit skinny. She wore a long dress, but because she was skinny, she looked a bit empty, and her face was a bit pale. Her information stated that she was 16 years old, but she looked like she was only 14 or so. However, her eyes were incredibly spirited and lively. "Yes, I'm a little interested." Pei Zi-yun pointed at the painting. "This painting is quite realistic. Some of them are ukiyo-e paintings of war, but most of them are of samurai wielding katanas fighting." "That's not right. Although both sides had katana teams, and the shogunate had the famous Seiguchi team. Nozomi Hayuzan was known as the #1 samurai of that time. He assisted the shogunate in their battles, and killed many of their enemies. He was known as the 1,000 Killer, and was rewarded with 1,100 stones. But in terms of overall warfare, it was already at the level of firearms. These samurai wielding katanas, and slashing at each other was a result of the poison of the last samurai. It was nearing noon and the rain was getting heavier. Ban Dong-sang smiled. "I've read 2 of your novels, and I'm very impressed. A 12-year-old samurai, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts." "That's 2 different things. Even if I'm a samurai, I can't deny the truth." "You're right, the weapons of the anti-shogun were similar to the weapons of the shogunate. One was English and the other French," Ban Dong-sang Genko said. "Of course, strictly speaking, every country had their own weapons. It was only after the shogunate won that they unified their weapons." She looked at the painting. "These are the battles my family participated in. There are a total of 7 paintings, representing 7 battles. The first and second battle were the most intense, and 7 men from my family died." Ban Dong-sang Genko pointed at one person. "This is my direct ancestor, Sakato Takumi. My father and brother died in battle, and he inherited the position of family head. He continued to fight for the shogunate, but he was shot 3 times and was carried off the front lines. This was reported in the newspapers at the time. After the war was won, the shogunate rewarded the Sakato family according to their contributions. They gave the Hokkaido family 3,000 stones, and the head of the family 3,800 stones. Our sacrifices were repaid." Pei Zi-yun nodded his head. Many people thought that there weren't many knowledge executors, but it was actually quite a lot. 4 vassals, a salary of 150 stones and above was considered a great fortune. 4 elders, the salary was between 1,500 stones and 2,000 stones. As for the Shinkawa shogunate, there were 5,000 bannermen, and the Yu family had 18,000. Among these bannermen, there were 2 knowledge executors above 9,000 stones, 4 above 8,000 stones, 12 above 7,000 stones, 21 above 6,000 stones, and 73 above 5,000 stones. There were a total of 112 people, and they were considered the direct descendants of the main family. 100 stones to 200 stones were the lower class bannermen. Most of the bannermen had 500 stones and below, which made up 60% of the population. 3,800 stones were considered the main bannermen of the shogunate. They could set up their own house to manage the bannermen, and the previous owners of the bannermen were all highly regarded. The Sakato family received the recognition of the shogunate during the war against the Bakufu, and thus soared to the top. Although Sakato Genko had seen his results in the documents, she saw Pei Ziyun's face in deep thought, and couldn't help but laugh. She then asked, "Why do you think the rebels won first and the shogunate won last?" "That's too simple, Sakato Senko." Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "The 3 feudatories sold their outdated muskets a long time ago and bought British rifles. However, the shogunate weren't idiots and bought French weapons as well. In terms of weapons, it could be said that they were evenly matched. In fact, the shogunate was a little slow, but the difference wasn't too big. The key to victory was in the formation of the army. After 200 years of peaceful rule, the descendants of the samurai who fought in the wilderness had become nobles who were afraid of blood." Pei Ziyun's eyes revealed a tinge of regret. The 3 feudatories had very few people, and the samurai had been infiltrated by the shogunate for a long time, so they were a little unreliable. Hence, they abolished the samurai as the basic formation, and established a new army with rogues and peasants as the main force. Although these people were inexperienced, they were not afraid of death. Although the shogunate had new weapons, they were all made up of old ones. These people had not seen blood for 200 years, and although it wasn't impossible for them to improve, they needed time. At that time, the shogunate also experienced 2 major events. Firstly, the samurai assassinated the head of the shogunate in broad daylight. This was described in my Samurai Under the Cherry Blossoms. Secondly, General Qing Zhong died suddenly, and Qing Xing ascended to power. He was only 17 years old at that time. The head of the shogunate was killed by the samurai, and the new general ascended to power at a young age. The reputation of the shogunate was greatly affected, and what they lacked the most was time. Hence, the first battle resulted in the defeat of the shogunate. Pei Ziyun said. When Sakato Genko heard this, she was shocked. The smile on her face disappeared, and she looked at Pei Ziyun with a new gaze. She didn't expect a 12-year-old boy to have such a clear understanding of this period of history. After all, Sakato Genko had spent many years researching this period of history, but she still couldn't understand the reason behind the defeat of the shogunate. General Qing Xing saw that the situation was dire, and mobilized the entire army of Hokkaido. He didn't place much hope in this, but the weather in Hokkaido was relatively harsh, and the samurai were not corrupt. Hence, the moment they entered the battlefield, they were able to stop the army of the shogunate. Pei Ziyun continued. After a few battles, General Qing Xing discovered the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, and issued an order to defend the front lines. Once the army of the shogunate was stopped, their weakness would be exposed. After all, the shogunate had more men and more resources. It was relatively easy to control them. By the time they entered a war of attrition, the 80,000-strong army of the shogunate would be able to adapt to war. By then, the army of the shogunate would have been defeated. As Pei Ziyun spoke, he knew that the history of this world was similar to that of Tokugawa Yoshinobu's era. Both of them had made many mistakes in politics, which left people speechless. It was the same for the military as well. After 200 years of peace, there wasn't a single army that could fight. They were able to suppress the rogues and the peasants, but when faced with a new army, they were defeated. Of course, what was more serious was the huge mistake in strategy. Even if the previous cards were wrong, even if there was no Hokkaido army, they could just order the shogunate army to not rush into battle. Instead, they could just surround them and not attack them. Then, they could just use the tactic of surround them but not attack them. The reason was simple. Even if they couldn't attack, they could still defend and shoot at them. Once the army of the shogunate was stopped, their weakness would be exposed. It could be said that once Tokugawa Yoshinobu knew this, he could easily crush the army of the shogunate. The so-called inevitability of history was worthless. So the purpose of the Hokkaido army is to control them? After her initial shock, hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Bandong Yuanzi was a little disappointed. The leader of the Hokkaido army was the Bandong family. Controlling them would mean the difference between life and death. The fate of the country would change. Of course, the general had to wake up at that time. Pei Ziyun laughed. If not, although the Bandong family fought valiantly, they didn't have many accomplishments. How could they have obtained the 3,000 stones of knowledge? This sounded easy. All the general had to do was wake up and control them, and the result would be different. However, Pei Ziyun knew that if he didn't have the foresight and strategy, how would he be able to wake up? The first general wouldn't have been able to predict what would happen in the next 200 years. However, when he opened up Hokkaido, there was a Hokkaido army that managed to stop the army of the shogunate. This caused the general to wake up and change his strategy. Within 3 years, the entire army of the shogunate was wiped out. Everything is connected. It's too miraculous. Pei Ziyun sighed. At this point, the entire manor shook violently. Boom. Earthquake. The both of them were shocked. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.